when a proposal is cobbled together by an alliance that has, the infamy of having worked on SOPA and PIPA and other kinds of very repressive and restricted pieces of legislation, I would take it with a pinch of salt. So I think we'll talk more about that, so I won't sort of hijack that. But I think what I wanted to bring back was this idea of whether identity and anonymity are inbuilt into internet architecture, whether they're a bolt-on, whether it's something we even see as valuable, and the role of privacy-enhancing technologies, the role of privacy by design, and the idea that it's something that you bake into systems, and that you make part of the design of a system such that it's not an afterthought that doesn't work well. It's not something that you think, it's kind of like this wonderful sweatshirt that I saw at the museum in Washington, which is a museum about news. Which was great. It had this in big large friendly letters. It had freedom. And then on the side in a little thought bubble it said, "Is there an app for that?" And I think that's what all of us want. We want to be able to just press a button and sort of miraculously make everything sort of free and easy. Nobody wants to actually learn how to use PGP. Nobody wants to use Tor. Nobody actually wants to do a lot of these things that will protect privacy and anonymity, but requires a little doing from users. And it was interesting that in a breakout session that I had recently at a conference, people were asked to go away and think about what the most serious threats to internet freedom were, where they came from. And people came up with different responses. Governments, companies, private corporations that data mine. I'm not going to name names here. And again, I'm not naming names because it will be on the internet, live on forever and ever. Maybe if this was a closed session with things not being recorded, I might have been more candid. So again, how much do we self-censor? How much do we think about the never, even though they're half-baked thoughts? But one of the things that came out of that breakout session, which I found really interesting, was one group came back saying, the biggest threat to internet freedom is users. And everyone said, wait, cognitive dissonance. Don't you mean everybody else except the users? Like the users are the good guys here. They're not the bad guys who are posing threats to internet freedom. And this was a bunch of engineers. This was a bunch of engineers who came back saying, users are the worst, right? Because we design all these wonderful utopian things that will work beautifully in like some kind of utopian dream in a vacuum where real people don't live. But then these bloody users, they just don't use the tools we give them, or they don't choose their settings, or they do really stupid things, and like we have to keep changing the tech to suit their idiocy, are the worst. So they came and said like users are the worst. But then social scientists in the room and all the interaction designer people were going, so maybe that just means you didn't engineer or design or code it properly. If you see users as the threat, if you're saying they're the problem and not the solution, go back to the drawing board and re-engineer things. Because it shouldn't be that hard. Because it shouldn't be that hard. If users need to exert that much protecting their privacy, then something is fundamentally broken. So I think that was something I wanted to highlight. Human rights online. When we're talking about human rights online, this is sort of more from a civil society advocacy point of view rather than a legal one, which is I think we really need to reframe the debate. When we're talking about it as a sort of security issue, as a national security issue, as it versus identifiability. When we associate that with trust, when we somehow assume that identity is the only pathway to trust, we're losing out on a whole bunch of alternatives there. That poses a lot of risks on users. It also makes individuals responsible. They're the weakest people in the chain here. Yet they're somehow expected to manifest superpowers and actually reputation and trust online. They're also supposed to sacrifice all of these in order to fulfill some sort of nebulous idea of what societal security looks like. So one of the things I wanted to say is reframe the debate. Right. Have it on your own terms. Have it as a conversation. Talk about the things you want to talk about, not just being responsive. And what security completely ubiquitous and banal. If Tor is a problem, if nobody is using Tor, then the 6 people using Tor are going to be looked at as weird people. You run an exit node, oh my God, you're a threat model, right? If everybody is using Tor, it's so banal, it's so uninteresting that it's just the way life is. Right? So the fact is like unless everyone is using security and privacy enhancing tools, it makes the ones who are using it targets. So I think that's something that I would love to see change. And I think the other thing is to make privacy really cool, right? Because fundamentally this is all about social norms, norms that reflect societal values and collective values. And if we keep thinking of privacy and hearing secrecy, the second we're going to lose this battle. The second you want to change the social norms, you have to make it really cool and say it's really unhip to not be secure. It's really unhip to not think about privacy. It's really unhip to not think about privacy. It's sort of in the same. It's sort of in the same way when cell phones first came about, everyone was so happy to be yelling into their big fat bricks, Michael Dollar bricks, kind of thing. It was fine. It wasn't considered rude. It wasn't considered rude. Now if you're sort of chattering on your phone, on your phone, so I think that's changed. Social norms have changed around that, and it's also like Gillian York and Jacob Applebaum norms have changed around that, and it's also like Gillian York and Jacob Applebaum gave a great talk at the CCC Congress Computer Club, where they talked about Congress of encryption as would you have it as safe sex? Would you have of course you safe sex? Why wouldn't you be safe online? Why wouldn't you be safe online in exactly the same way? And I think when you reframe it in these with these some abstract thing that the UN once cared about, or doesn't anymore, or about, or that people just ignore it and do very much about, because companies or that people just ignore it and get on with their lives, because companies actually frame and manage this discourse now, or governments do, go back privacy and security, and like privacy and security, and like would be reframing it. So that would be great. So those were just some opening remarks. Because Monica is timeout, like the touches of football lover. I understand. Thanks.
I would like to thank Malavika for this inspiring and stimulating contribution. And I think it makes a very perfect sequence on our panel. Now to have Adam Peak, who is responsible for the civil society engagement within ICANN, and I guess will now introduce sort of a more practical way to actually care for these things that Malavika just talked about. To one of the ways to perhaps find your way to contribute to the technical aspects of internet governance and how we could all perhaps make a small difference with our work. So I pass on these things and how we all could get engaged and why does it matter? Go ahead, Adam. You can just get it down.
Yes. Can I just use the button to go forward? Okay. Down button. I think it's all right. Good morning. Thank you very much, Monica. Right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Monica. Yes, I'll try and talk a little bit about some of the work that's going on in ICANN that is generally related to human rights and really it's about asking for participation. Processes, the notion of a bottom-up process is that someone like myself, as staff, does not make policy. You hopefully will get involved and find things interesting and want to contribute because it's your expertise that makes policy in ICANN, and that's the purpose of this. Or the purpose of how we go about policy making and the development of policy in ICANN. The slide we have here, I think most of you, and I hope all of you, have heard about the IANA transition and the various elements that are part of that. One of them was about enhancing ICANN's accountability. There were two aspects to this. You can see the first. Oh, it's a little bit squiggly. It's squiggly. Not as clear as it should be. Workstream 1 was a set of accountability mechanisms that were accountable to the global community once the US government had stepped away. It was the idea that the United States government has historically played a sort of backstop role. If something went wrong, if ICANN did something utterly crazy, like spent all its money on buying yachts or planes or too much champagne, then the United States government would be there as an adult supervisory body and prevent it from going crazy. And so we have accountability mechanisms which now hold the ICANN community and board accountable to the global internet community. And this is going forward. These are being implemented. They're about powers that allow the community to, for example, in extreme situations, remove the board, or to have a reconsideration of how budgets are going and is being implemented. There's a second part to this, which is called Workstream 2 for the transition itself, but added important aspects of accountability. And you can see the beginnings of those, of what those issues are at the bottom of that slide. And there's a more detailed list here. And these are the ones that I really want to talk about, because some of them are rights issues. At the stop is, these are the things that we're going to be working on. This is a process that is starting now. Each of those items with bullet points are now groups, working groups that are community-led, and you can join, and if there are issues that you are particularly interested in or have expertise, thing that we would like you to contribute to. So how to improve ICANN standards of diversity. We've had discussions about this here at the meeting already in Taipei. These are issues about how do we improve language services, how do we ensure that people from a minority or different communities can participate more easily, are the tools that ICANN uses and the community uses appropriate. So there'll be an examination of that, and if that interests you, then you can participate. More relevant, I think, in terms of how we think about rights, is how to enhance ICANN's transparency. It's quite a transparent organization at the moment. We use a lot of scribing, as you can see here. Every meeting that's held online will be at least given an MP3 recording. There's usually notes, there are very often transcripts and so on. So most of the information and how working groups develop have an enormous but there are ways that we want to enhance transparency, and particularly those are around formal document disclosure. There is a document disclosure policy at the moment, and there are some researchers from the region, particularly from India, who are looking into that, doing some very good academic work on improve staff accountability. How are we, the supporting organizations and advisory committees? Those are the groups that actually work to develop policies. So how do those, how are those then made more accountable? And there's a working group and a review process for that. Organization, there's not an anticipation that ICANN's location will move, but there are ways that we can look at how things can be improved, particularly around contracting and disputes. There are, I'll leave the second one and go to the bottom, which is to the enhancements to the Ombudsman's role and function. So this is a way of bringing complaints into ICANN and alternative dispute resolution. Again, if these are the sorts of you, then there are working groups that we would hope you will join and bring that expertise and improve. Going back to the bullet second from bottom, it's developing a framework of interpretation for ICANN's human rights commitment and proposal. There's a draft bylaw commitment already, or there is a draft bylaw, sorry, that commits to ICANN providing greater assurance that we will follow human rights in the working group starting up now, which will work for about 1 year to look at these issues. Could you bring up the PDF file? So there's a document that's online that describes the work that's ongoing. And I can scroll down. Can I scroll? No. Yeah. So the importance of this is that it won't be a commitment for ICANN to follow the whole United Nations. It's going to be a commitment that occurs within the bylaws. And I don't know if that is particularly readable, but the notion is open mission and core values of ICANN. ICANN will respect internationally recognized human rights as required by applicable law. There are some caveats there. There's ways of not overcommitting to the whole range of human rights. But the reason I wanted to mention this is that if you want to see how a critical internet resource organization, which ICANN is considering human rights and how it should consider human rights, then you have an opportunity now to bring a killer model. ICANN is committed to this as something that we should and will do, and I think that the notion again at the bottom of the page is to consider specific human rights conventions and that should be used by ICANN in interpreting and implementing human rights. So it's an ongoing accountability, a commitment to responding to the interests and needs of the global internet community. And the opportunity really is that experts, as I know that many of you are in the room, then there's an opportunity for you to bring your expertise and to help ICANN improve. And that's really the call that I have today, and why I wanted to speak today, is to ask you to participate in this process, whether it's in the particular working group on human rights, or to go back to, and I don't know how to do that, I'm sorry, this is one of the more unusual computers that I've seen. Is it that one? No, it's not that one. Yeah. Or to go back to this whole range of workstream 2 topics, and these are all the working groups that are ongoing at the moment. So the one that I particularly mentioned, of course, is about human rights. But if you're interested in transparency, then please think about getting involved. If you're interested in jurisdictional issues, then those are issues that we'd like you to get involved with, and the other topics there. But particularly it's human rights. And I can give you information after about how to participate, and we can put this online. So thank you very much, and I hope we will see many of you participating in this exercise. Thank you.
Adam, for this detailed and extensive presentation. And now, just to a bit more, we will have Arti Bhavna from the Center for Communications Governance in New Delhi, in India, where she works as a research fellow with a particular focus on ICANN, and particular, I guess, Arti is now having her Zoom on WHOIS policy, and I think this is gonna more what Malavika was talking about previously and combine a bit of Adam's invitation, and perhaps will reveal how exactly these issues are played out on policy level and in very technical setting, and how it actually has enormous impact on our. I don't want to occupy any more space and give the floor to Arti.
Thank you, Monica. Hi, everybody. I'll be speaking about one particular part of the internet architecture policy that has a very direct and very, frankly, at times scary effect on human rights. But before that, let's just look at, Adam spoke about ICANN and the various human rights work that's going on at ICANN. So I'll just take it one step further and look at what the non-commercials are doing at ICANN. So the non-commercial stakeholder group and the non-commercial users constituency, the NCUC within it, it consists of basically anyone who's interested in issues pertaining to non-governmental organizations, activists, researchers, academics, and end users. The NCUC pushes for human rights. So if there are people, the human rights experts who are working in this area who are interested in issues of privacy and free speech, this is a great place to be looking at. The Cross-Community Working Party looks at two main things, one of which is the framework of interpretation, as Adam just mentioned, and the other is how ICANN's various policies about internet architecture has an effect on human rights. And it is this one in particular that I will be talking about. That's the Who Is policy. There are a lot of changes going on, right? But there's a lot of reforms going on. But I think before we can begin that conversation, we need to understand what are all the problems with the current one, because there are a lot of changes going on right now and in the upcoming years. So right now, if a person wants to register a domain, if an individual includes their name, their postal address, their email ID, phone numbers, fax numbers, and all of this is required is to register a domain name. This data is all open and is publicly available to absolutely anybody in the world. And before going into what the problems, I'll just tell you what exactly the policy is. There are certain privacy and proxy services whereby where the data can be hidden, where under a privacy service, for example, there will be an intermediary that redirects the information. They show you alternative information, alternative contact information, and under the proxy service, there is an intermediary who can be contacted instead of the individual who has registered the domain name. So there are services to mask the true identity of the individual domain registrant. However, a lot of times these services are a paid one, so it's not equally accessible to everybody. And right now there is a proposal being considered at ICANN whereby commercial websites. Now the problem with this arises in case of small entrepreneurs or people who are starting businesses from their homes, where there is not much separation between the personal identity. The Who Is policy exists mainly for, there are a list of 8-9 purposes, but very broadly it can be categorized as 3. To contact the individual domain registrant in case there are any technical issues, in case there are intellectual property concerns and the lawyers need to get in touch with the registrant, or if there are law enforcement concerns. So if you just look at what all the human right implications are, we are going to consider these, whether the human right violations are justified in light of the purposes that this policy is aiming to serve. So first of all, and the biggest one that everyone always talks about when talking about the Who Is policy is the right to privacy. The right to privacy as enshrined in the UDHR, the ICCPR, that is a well-recognized right. The United Nations has declared that rights that are protected offline must be equally protected online as well. So just because there isn't a specific right that says that you have the right to privacy on the internet does not mean that all the rights that apply offline aren't available to you. Relating to privacy and Who is that an individual is forced to give privacy in this setting, because unless they provide all this information and unless they sign the waiver, they are not registered, they're not given the domain name at all. So there's a huge problem of forced consent in this issue. But to look at very clearly, is the privacy violation, is it justified or not? Let's just look at the necessary and proportionate test, very simply to see whether what ICANN is doing or what the implications of the Who Is policy are, whether it is necessary and proportionate to the aims that it proposes to serve. I would say not at all, for 4 main reasons. Is to be able to contact the individual, then there is absolutely no need to have so different contact details one avenue of contact would be enough, and it would be more logistical to even follow up and to make sure that it is an accurate contact detail that you have, as opposed to having 5-6 contact details of every single individual registrant. Second, and also actually going back to that, is the idea behind being able to contact a person is to contact them in a timely and efficient manner. So it makes absolutely no sense to have the postal address of a person. So because that makes them contactable in the real world, which makes it extremely dangerous, as I'll get to a little later. The second thing is the problem with data retention, because the WHOIS data is stored not only for the period of the agreement, but also 2 years after, which raises a lot of data. It does not justify why a person's personal data needs to be kept for 2 years after the contract is ended, especially given the aims that the policy is trying to serve. Then there is a problem of lack of accuracy. It's not feasible to be able to validate all the data that exists, because let's take India for example. Like I can't see a single way in which you can actually go down and check that all the data that is being provided by the millions and billions of people who are using the internet, or who have, or the many people who have registered a domain. I can't see any way in which you can actually go and verify that that data is accurate. So it raises the question that if you can't even provide accurate information, then what is the point of having the policy? Because the few people who are providing accurate information are getting targeted at the end. Effect that this has on other rights, it has quite a chilling effect, and the lack of privacy has an effect on various other rights, which makes you think that this is not quite that's coming out of the policy. So for one, there is the right to security of a person. You have the right not to be harassed in the real world. You have a right to not be targeted. But the problem is that when you, taking the example of a dissident in an authoritarian regime, if they have a website and they're trying and they're communicating their thoughts, they're criticizing the government, the majority, and they're trying to build activism around this issue, they become if you can contact them in the real world, if you can pinpoint their home address, their telephone number, they become extremely vulnerable to targets, to being targeted for various attacks. Not only from governments, but also from members of public, because members of the LGBT community, non-white domain owners particularly, are extremely vulnerable to attacks in the real world. Because once the person becomes contactable in reality, it leaves them open to a lot of attacks. For example, there's a thing called doxing, whereby a person gets personal information of an individual and then disseminates it to the world at large. So policy, if you can get the information of a person, and you're making it even easier for them to be contacted and harassed in the real world. Then there's the freedom of expression, which is frankly scary to see the chilling effect that the loss of right to privacy can have on your freedom of expression. Because if you know that there's a possibility of like I mentioned, the harassment that can occur, then you automatically clamp down, you self-censor, you do not say the things that you would normally say. And Malvika has raised those points in a really so the problem is that you're basically having a chilling effect on speech that challenges the status quo, the majority, and the government. And similarly, there's the effect on the freedom of assembly and association as well, because of you can't gather people around to do anything or for any political or social cause, because there's always the threat. A lot that's going on right now with WHOIS. There's at present a working group on trying to see all the problems that exist in WHOIS and whether it needs to be replaced with a new system, and it needs to be there in the new system. So that's the first the first point, that's the next generation GTLD registration directory service, which is quite a mouthful, but it's called the new WHOIS, or the next gen WHOIS. This is an open working group, and they're always looking for people, particularly with interest and expertise in human rights, because WHOIS is often things, human rights being one of them, but there isn't enough research or there isn't enough talk about these human rights in detail. So we desperately need people who know what they're talking about, who know about the details about human rights. And there is also, there's currently a technical, a new technical system available called the RTAP, which can offer the possibility of differentiated access, whereby law enforcement can have different access, or authenticated users can have different access as compared to just any random person on the internet who decides to go onto WHOIS and check for someone. But the problem is that this is just a technical improvement. There is still a lot that needs to be done at the policy. The issues that I've raised right now, I'm hoping that about it, that more people can get involved, because with the PDP working group, there is an excellent opportunity to remedy all of these problems that I've currently highlighted. So if you have any questions, I'm very happy to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arti, for this wonderful and fascinating presentation. Now let's move on to our final speaker, Arun. Perhaps do know, because he's elected vice chair of Asia Pacific Internet Governance Forum. Arun also heads Observer Research Foundation Cybersecurity and Internet Governance Initiative, and he would like to talk and perhaps finish our panel with talking about United Kingdom and United States of America data sharing deals, and how they affect human rights online, and what are the implications, and what we perhaps should be aware of. So I pass the word now to Arun, and the questions to the panelists.
Thanks, Monica. Hi, everyone. My name is Arun. I was thinking perhaps I could spend a few minutes on, as Monica said, not just the UK-US data sharing agreement, but also this this thing called MLATS, the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty process, which has found its way into the AprIGF synthesis document as well. And there was some debate about it yesterday. The MLAT process is something that I feel fundamentally interferes, or perhaps has some impact on internet architecture or human rights, of course, in a significant way. So as things stand, and with very few exceptions, data flows in the world today are from the east to the west. And like I said, barring a few exceptions, say in Southeast Asia and of course in China, data is not localized. It is largely unregulated data flows. Of course, there are exceptions. And as a result, you have vast amounts of data that are flowing from countries in the Eastern Hemisphere to the Western Hemisphere, which is where most of the big companies today are located: Facebook, Google, Twitter, and so on. What has happened as a result of this data flow is that governments, especially in the Asia Pacific, feel, whether legitimately or not is another question, feel that their law enforcement needs have been somewhat obstructed by their lack of access to data, because the data is all located in countries like the United States, Ireland, or in other European Union countries. Now, there is some comfort to be had in having your data stored in the United States or the European Union, because the judicial and the political thresholds that are required to access data in the Western Hemisphere is much higher than in most Eastern countries. But I think this is not, this is not an entirely accurate statement. Snowden definitely picked some holes in the fact that the United States is being scrupulous with the data that it has access to. And more importantly, I think as an individual, I am not entirely comfortable with the fact that my data flows are somehow being managed by international relations, by my country's relationship with the United States or the European Union, which gives it preferential or non-preferential access to data. More importantly, I think many governments in the Asia Pacific today feel that by virtue of their lack of access to data, data localization or backdoors to encryption is one policy that they should pursue. If companies are not, and it is a fact that companies are not providing data in response to a government request. For instance, there was some research done on the number of requests that was received and complied with by Facebook from the Indian government in 2013. The Indian government made roughly around 10,000 requests to Facebook for content, which content and metadata, 50% of which was complied with. But if you look at the compliance rate with the United States government made nearly twice the number of requests, roughly twice the number of requests with a compliance rate of 80%. Now, as a result of this, what is perceived as non-compliance by Facebook or Twitter or Google or any of the big companies, I think there is this regulatory impulse that we're seeing in many countries across the world for data localization. And data localization doesn't really help anyone's case. It doesn't help the case of the companies, especially if you are localizing data in countries where it is not safe physically and digitally to locate data, and it certainly doesn't help the case of users in even in democratic regimes. The second, of course, is backdoors to encryption, on which there is an ongoing debate, and I'm sure most of you have plugged into this. One of the ways in which this, some people and some governments see as a way out is the MLAT process, the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty process. It is a method by which one government provides information to another government on request. It is a purely intergovernmental process, but it avoids the hassle of getting tangled into issues like data localization and regulatory policies and encryption. In my own conversations with cybersecurity regulators in India, whether whether one takes them on their word or not is another question. But there seems to be the sentiment that if you do get access to data for legitimate law enforcement purposes, then their impulse or their compulsion to seek backdoors or to localize data will be less. So this is seen by some as a way out of some of the more rather intractable questions on localization. Now, the MLAT process itself has a lot of problems. Some of it has to do with the lack of capacity. I'm going to bore you with some details, but there is, so if you take the example of the United States, which hosts a significant amount of data of other countries, there is the Department of Justice, which is supposed to be the agency that provides data to another government on request. Because under US law right now, no company can provide content. And this is not so with metadata, but no company can provide content to, say, the government of India, Pakistan, or Malaysia, wherever it is. It has to be provided first to the US government, which will then provide it to the government, which will then provide it to the requesting government. The problem is that the Department of Justice in the United States government is severely understaffed. On an average, an MLAT request takes roughly around a year, 14 months to be complied with. So, there is some, you can sympathize with the government which is pursuing a cybercrime or some sort of criminal investigation, but it takes roughly a year or more or less, roughly 8 to 10 months, an optimistic assessment, to get that data. So it does in certain cases legitimately hinder law enforcement needs. Given the capacity problems, one way that the UK-US data sharing model provides is by amending this legal restriction in the United States to the requesting government. According to some of the legislative amendments that have been tabled in the US Congress, which will be introduced in the US Congress right now, and this has potential implications for pretty much every country that is represented in this room. Data may now be provided by the company directly to the requesting government. Now, this obviously requires requires a lot of conversation first, not just with the requesting government, but also, it requires us to be plugged into the laborious process that is the US legislative scheme. And so, I just wanted to use this, and then we can have maybe a couple of minutes of questions. The UK-US sharing agreement requires certain amendments in US legislation, like I said, which will allow companies to give directly to data directly to governments. What the US government or the US Attorney General's office has tried to do in this process to ensure that there are some safeguards, because it's not just the UK that will get benefit out of this process, but pretty much any country in the world that signs an MLAT agreement or a data sharing agreement with the United States, is that it has imposed a certain number of safeguards, which require the country to have reasonable protections for privacy, data protection, and certain sort of judicial and executive safeguards on surveillance. Quote, applicable International Human Rights Convention. If you've signed the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, that is a plus. Intelligence agencies are out of the purview of this data sharing agreement. And whatever request that you as a foreign government are making to the US or European Union company, it has to be something that has the backing of a court order. It is something that should be judicially possible to judicial home courts. But there are nevertheless a lot of problems with this process, because again, the MLAT process is not just a strictly legal process. There is the real danger that the United States might sign similar agreements with countries that have very poor executive or judicial safeguards and may waive some of the legislative requirements. The UK is a whole different, the UK and the US legal standards on freedom of expression are not exactly the same, but they could be said to be comparable. This is not true of many of the governments or many of the countries in East Asia or in South Asia, for instance. So the real concern is whether the data sharing agreement will result in a process where globally you see data protection standards lowered, but on the possibility that it might reduce the compulsion of governments to localize data or to seek encryption or backdoors into encryption. So I'll stop there, and then maybe if we have time for questions.
Thank you very much, Arun, for these insights. And now perhaps I would like to invite questions from the audience, and then we could go ahead. So if you have a question that you're addressing a particular panelist, please just point to that person or or say the name. If not, then we can perhaps just see who would be the most suitable. So please go ahead.
This question I'm pointing to Mr. Makoto. What you think about the current? Okay, so companies have adopted standards for data protection. So I'm talking about HIPAA for health data, and of course the big one is PCI DSS for the critical system, which already have provision for data ownership and protection in the clause. Okay, despite the fact that PCI DSS is pretty fucked up, no offense, it kind of push responsibility to user, but it standard is there. So what you think about data protection between countries will impact this law? Thanks.
Well, and if I understand your question correctly, and you're talking about HIPAA and the other registration concept, maybe. So, well, Arun just highlighted some of the answers to you, and EU is based on the privacy protection as a human rights. So that's a fundamental concept of their legislation, and the US is not. US, and yes, of course they have in their constitution all the people has the rights to be protected by anything. So and the further complex situation in the US is there is many laws, legislation. You talked about HIPAA, and we have the some other legislation for the other sectors, like the financial sector as a law, and the some state laws like California. So the basic situation and the architecture, I could say that it's a non-physical architecture. and of the internet is that it's very complicated. So, I just highlighted the certification mechanism, and I know in India you have the DPF by the Data Protection, no, Data Security Council in India, that's DSCI. So in Japan, I have a privacy mark system. So maybe we can highlight, not in the legislation, some certification or the self-regulation layer. We could assume a very good collaboration and very good harmonization in this regulars. So that could maybe some opportunity for us. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Makoto. There we have another question. Maybe we could pass on. Yep. Thank you so much.
Yes, I would like to address the two speakers who spoke on privacy. I wanted just to mention that within the I was founded in the IGF in Bali and continued in Istanbul on privacy as innovation. And I think that's quite an interesting and relevant group. Unfortunately, this working group does not have members from Asia, which is also quite interesting in a way. But if you Google privacy as innovation, you can find it's quite a good working group, and you can also find all the documents related to that group. And then some sharing from the European IGF, where privacy is of course the topic. There is some interesting ideas coming out of Finland. They have created a new model called mydata.org, and that's basically a new model, a new operating model on how they call it human-centric model of privacy data, and basically it changes the relationship, how individuals relate to intermediaries, but also to any other companies or organizations that process private data. And I think it is not yet adopted in Europe, but I think some countries are adopting it, like in Scandinavia. So it's quite interesting to look at this model that is used. And third point, I think for Asia, I think it's quite interesting to see what happens in the current discourse on digital money. So I think that will be a very good opportunity to discuss privacy, because there are a lot of people who think it's cool to pay digitally, but there's also a lot of privacy risks which are very often not discussed a lot. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much for highlighting these interesting comments on that, perhaps.
That's really useful. Thank you. I think what was also relevant, which is also why I was talking about reframing, is I think if you talk about it as human rights, in a lot of countries you just have no traction at all, because people think, if you look at a sort of Maslow's hierarchy of human rights, when people don't have food, security, shelter, privacy falls like very, very low down that chain. So I think if you sort of push it as a human rights agenda, it doesn't always work in some countries, because you often have resistance saying, oh, Indians don't care about privacy, Chinese people don't care. Now very good research coming out about what those notions of privacy might look like and why they might be similar and different. Like recently I reviewed a paper about the whole idea of privacy in China deriving from the idea of saving face, and how it's actually very inbuilt into the culture, and it's not some weird Western value that was imported. So I think there is a lot of really good research on that, but I completely agree that inserting it into discussions about financial systems and economy is really useful. And I mean, I just moved to Hong Kong from Harvard, and I find that putting it into a blockchain discussion is like a great way to discuss privacy and anonymity in terms of something that is seen as an enabling technology rather than something scary and awful. So I think that really helps. And I think there are a lot of really good initiatives. Helen Nissenbaum, who's done really good work both as a cryptographer and a philosopher who looks at privacy, she's done work on contextual integrity, but she's also done really, really interesting work on, I mean, she made a very good point to me in a class that I took with her, where she said, people keep talking about a marketplace for data. And of course, there's a very flourishing marketplace for data, but we need to change the conversation to one about a marketplace doing really well. And I think post Snowden, we've seen a lot of that getting developed. So yes, I think putting it back in again with the business and human rights agenda, I think that's a good framing.
Thank you very much. Okay, we can take perhaps another question from the audience. Thank you so much. And then Makoto also wanted to comment on something if we have time. Okay, please go ahead.
My question is about, such as the United States and the Philippines, there's this concept of reasonable expectation of privacy, wherein there will be an analysis of the context of a particular situation to determine whether there could be state intrusion without a warrant. And in my country, the Philippines, the courts have already started to apply that doctrine to rather negative effect. Such as, for example, there have been hints that there can be no reasonable expectation of privacy on the internet just because an ISP will have could see your activity. And in another case, they said that on Facebook, the only way that you can have a reasonable expectation of privacy is if your posts are set to me only or me only settings. I'm just curious, right now, how conscious are designers of software platforms are of this doctrine? Does it come to their consciousness at all?
Take this on.
Well, I would just combine this question to yours about the my data and the financial services. And well, it's a very good question. That how conscious the service provider is. Well, yes, that's a very complex situation, and if it is based in Europe, they have to comply with a very strong legislation, and the fare if they violate some of the regulation is very high, and about the Google suitcase and the other Facebook. So we are just about to learn, how important that data protection is, and that's lead to the question about the payment system. Yes, and you just mentioned the blockchain or this Bitcoin payment issue. That's the ideal if I think about the anonymity in the payment, but it's a little bit too early for us, for everyone to go into that payment system. So now we have the intermediate system like the PayPal or Alipay or some other new, we call it fintech. So, and in fintech services, we have to get to those service providers. So, including our own name, number, and the phone number, address, everything, because related to the money cleansing. So, this is very complicated. So many requirements from the many aspects, just fighting each other on the internet architecture, on the higher level of the internet architecture. That's the situation, I think. Thank you.
Supposed to be on, yeah. I think that's why the kinds of cases that are happening in the US about the third afterwards. And as we all know, like, you might consent to that initial transaction, but it's the sort of knock-on effect of it then being shared without your consent or knowledge, and the impossibility of you managing those onward data flows when you don't even know who it's shared with, so you couldn't go to them and say, unsubscribe me or take me off your database. So I think this idea that once you've shared it once voluntarily, you therefore, it's sort of forever lose the chance to say anything. I think that's really critical to this idea of expectation. The other thing is, in the same way that we dealt with it in the sort of copyright sense, that, back in the old days when stuff was on the internet, therefore it must be free, right? It's free, there's no money involved, therefore it must be free to use and I can copy it and do whatever I want with it, right? We fought that battle from an intellectual property point of view to say just because it's online doesn't make it free to use. All the work that Richard Stallman and other people did. But I think we need to have exactly that same discussion now, saying just because the data is out there doesn't mean you can use it. Just is or text in a context that I'm happy with. You can't pull it out of that context and then use the data to mine it. I might join a date like the issue we had with OkCupid recently, where a lot of people revealed really sensitive information about their sexual preferences, about what kind of movies they like, which is not as sensitive, but a lot of really invasive information, which they thought they were happy to do to make that trade-off because they thought it was in a dating app where it would be kept private. Somebody scrapes all of this data without checking with OkCupid, without checking with users, and writes a research study and publishes it on the internet without anonymizing people. Like, that's super creepy, right? But that person never expected it would come out there. So I think, again, in terms of expectations, I think a really good way to look at it is in terms of boundary management, but also context. So taking it out of the context and being trusted and sharing it keeps leaking onwards. And I think the last point I would make is when we think of data as something positive, if data is currency, data is the new oil, data is the new lithium, data is the new whatever, I think that's really valuable because if you see value in it, people want to monetize it. I think if you start saying data is toxic, data is like an environmental hazard, data is dangerous, data is a liability, because I think the fact is the more data people collect, the more they're liable for things going wrong, for data breaches, for hacking attempts, for security risks. So I think if we show that only collect what you need, because anything more than that imposes a liability on the organization and a cost, right, to keeping it safe and secure, and the reputational loss that can occur when things get hacked and breached, I think that's a really useful way to go forward, showing that data can be really useful, but it can also be a hazard in the wrong hands.
Thank you very much, Malavika. I just would like to point out, indeed, if the data is the new oil, it's a strange oil because it's not even text, if you know what I mean. And we don't really own our data, just like our day, because had we owned it, we would be very rich. And we're not very rich. It's the several internet content platforms that are super rich. So these are the ideas of the data ownership that Makoto was also saying that I think are really important, that just simply suggests and points to the ideas to whom this power belongs and who controls this these procedures online, and how internet architecture actually implicates these human rights. And unless which I'm not sure if people would like to do, if somebody feels a pressing need to ask the final question, I would invite to just give a round of applause to our panelists. And thank you all once again. I hope we will continue these discussions further. Thank you.
Everyone. I guess we're still waiting just a minute to get the Adobe started. Oh, it seems like the scribes are on, so are we ready to go? All right. Hey, welcome, and this is a session where I call this the Democracy 3.0 series. My name is Edmund Chung. Um, this is something that's outside of what I usually, which is .asia and IDNs, internationalized domains, or domain name related stuff. But this is, I hope, a very relevant to talk about. We often, as we, I'm trying to figure this out. Oh, when we talk about internet governance and how the internet affects the society, we often focus on the issues that happen on the internet. But I guess one of the things that I wanted to is think about all the different multi-stakeholder models that we're using for internet governance affect the larger scope of governance or even public policy making, and how that in turn affects internet governance itself. So I think it's really in my mind a two-way street rather than just how the internet is affecting the society. So just before we talk about multi-stakeholder approach, we actually the term itself is actually very broad. There are very many different types of things that we call multi-stakeholder approach. We have the ICANN model, we have the IETF model, we have the IGF model, and most recently in the IANA transition, the ICG coordination group. I'm using the acronyms just as is because they don't really matter any much. But key point is that there are many different models, and the way we slice and dice the stakeholder groupings is very dependent on the situation, and also the decision-making process is quite so. I guess that relates to, and how it relates to real politics, or I guess public policy making, is really constituencies. What is very interesting in multi-stakeholder approach is that stakeholder groups are taking the place of geographic constituencies. What we used to or national deliberations is really geographic, but as the internet comes along, actually a lot of scholars have actually started questioning whether geographic the public policy process is still relevant. And of course, in the multi-stakeholder model, we no longer talk about geographies, and it's really much more about stakeholder groups and about functions. And that's where my deliberation started, and a little bit of a background is I've been participating at ICANN for quite some time, since 1998. And the Hong Kong situation, I'm from Hong Kong, the Hong Kong situation, the fight for democracy, and how the Legislative Council works in Hong Kong gives me a very interesting inspiration. Jurisdiction, well, actually Macau as well, but only two jurisdictions that have what is called of course, those functional constituencies are completely non-functional at this point in terms of democratic situation. However, it still gives us a glance of what to play in a larger policy-making context, what it might look like, or maybe what we might want it to look like. So as we, I guess in Hong Kong fight for democracy, and there are many other things that happen I mean, this particular slide I like to use because it's also the beginning about this this whole concept of participation democracy. This is, of course, a parody for or 1989, and just imagine what it might happen, in 1989 if the internet was there back then, and how different it will be. But at the same time, it's interesting because at the same year in 1989, the very famous or book, well-known book of from Francis Fukui, and that was when the Berlin Wall fell. That was, a lot, but so many years later, and that was also the time when internet wasn't there yet, at least not in the mainstream. But now, many years later, he had a very different view of it. When we think that the internet is actually promoting democracy and development, actually, and with all the hype of the democratic development in Middle East, in Egypt, for example, there was a thinking of a fourth wave of democracy that will push through to many other states that are, still non-democratic. But unfortunately, that didn't really happen. Even if you, do win the vote in the ballot box, there are many other things. There are many the studies from different scholars that there are many different areas that make a democracy work, the rule of law. But I think, even with all those in place, we come to a position now, I mean, with Brexit, with Trump, was very interesting how democracy actually works or not work. Then it brings us to, and of course there are where we're creating dictatorial democracy out of democratic processes. There were, of course, authoritarian non-democracies, but the thing that I want to really look into is that after all this fight for democracy, whether we win or not and get the vote or not, then what? After you have a vote, is that the end? Is that is that a process that we can depend on for good policies and good law? Not the case, and people even in mature democracies are asked electoral reform, and that's where democracy 3.0. That's the background of why I call it democracy 3.0. I kind of call it 1.0 the Athenian democracy back in Greece, 2.0 what we have today in more developed world, the people's revolutions from France, from UK. That's a series since early last year, having this kind of discussion at RightsCon last year, at IGF last year, at AprIGF last year, including a number of different people to talk about really and the state of internet and internet governance are actually interrelated, and how they may be able to interrelate, how the multi-stakeholder model can inform the larger discussion and political deliberations. And that's, one of the things that we have, there are a few items, outcome from those discussions is about whether the multi-stakeholder model is democratic at all, and whether we want it to be democratic at all, and how do we define that? What is the accountability in terms of stakeholder groups, constituencies, and how we elect representatives in a multi-stakeholder model? So in the past, we look at global issues. We think about a multilateral approach, the UN approach, and I guess even in peace treaties, we understand that that approach probably doesn't work. These only governments talking to each other. But if you ask the people, I guess, of the different states, of course, the ultimate goal is always to have peace. But in a multilateral situation, you may not end up with that solution. So is the multi-stakeholder approach going to help us even further, or actually it's actually going to hurt us more? But before we get there, I guess the main question is whether today I'm hoping the panel will go into discussion of if the multi-stakeholder approach is something that we believe in, that can create results in a global collaborative dialogue, then we also need to make sure that we improve this process, and we better define what we really mean by multi-stakeholder approach. What is a good multi-stakeholder model? What may be a less, you know, less good multi-stakeholder model, and is it democratic? Does it represent? Is it representative? And does it represent the stakeholder groups that it's trying to represent? And with that, actually, that's the introduction. And we have a number of panelists with me today that will start the conversation, but I'm hoping that everyone can join in. It's much more, I'm hoping that it would be more of a roundtable discussion, but I'll start with Penghua and Kenny, who prepared some thoughts to get us started, and then go to a few questions, one on what are the boundaries of stakeholder groups, and how do we determine representation? You know, at the end of the day, we have to elect somebody to sit on some committee to make some decision. How is that process representative of these stakeholder groups? Number two, rough consensus. This is a very interesting question. We often make decisions without voting in internet governance. How does that actually work? And the third, diversity. What in a geographical is geographical diversity still relevant when we talk about global multi-stakeholder model? So those are the three questions. I'll come back to that, but I'll immediately pass to Penghua, and then Kenny, and then open up to the panel and the floor.
Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, thank you, Edmund, for this. I'm with the university, and so I know some things about very little, right? So the one little thing I'm talking about is diversity. So let me begin with a statement that I think that we cannot agree with, right? That diversity is good. I think we can agree with that, right? And why is it good? There's a book by this lady, Amy Chua, who wrote The Tiger Mother. But before that, she wrote a book called World on Fire. And in that book, her thesis is that empires on the rise, and she means big empires, like you know, your hyperpower, not even superpower, but hyperpower, the US, the Soviet Union, not sure about China, Roman Empire, Persian Empire, Mongolian Empire. When empires were on the rise, they were more tolerant. And in fact, the evidence she produces shows that the Persians, the Mongolians, the Romans used the people that they captured to help them rule the countries that they had captured. In other words, it wasn't Romans ruling all of Roman Empire. It wasn't Mongolians ruling all of Mongolian Empire. It was some of the so-called natives who were part of the ruling caste, you could say, the ruling group of these empires. I think the book was meant to be like a corrective, pointing out that, you know, tolerance, and the word she uses is really tolerance, not so much diversity, but tolerance. Tolerance is good. And that, in fact, when empires are no longer tolerant, they begin to decline. So in our stage of our own sort of economic and sort of political situation, when we look around the countries, we should be concerned when we have this lack of tolerance, because it could signal a decline of our own you know, countries, our own regimes. So we have this evidence out there, historical evidence. Now, what is the benefit of diversity? Right, so I think this is where the benefit of democracy comes in, because I think if you look at history, you would say that the best ruling method is not democracy, right? It is a philosopher king, a really smart guy, a nice guy. I'm not talking about Lee Kuan Yew, of course, not Singapore, right? Nothing personal here. But a philosopher king is the best guy, right? He's smart, probably good looking, tall, you know, handsome, okay, but nice guy. Okay, it's not out to be, it's not corrupt. It's meant he typically, sorry, Ali, typically he, okay. But you could use she here also, I guess. Okay, to be diverse here, right? Right. Also a queen, right? It's the best method because you cut out a lot of issue of motives. You cut out some wrong alleys or you know, wrong tracks that you go to, because in a democratic process you will have some errors. I mean, it's inevitable, right? It's just you can't accept it as part of the cost of avoiding a worse fate, which is like corruption or decline or things like that. So, so sort of the best method, looking at, again, historically, looking at this issue, the philosopher king is the best approach, right? Or queen, right? But I think that at this point in time, we don't quite trust the philosopher king or queen model, right? Because we want to have our say in it, and we look overall that it is better to have some cost involved in a democratic process where you kind of have reversals and all that, have debates, and it does take time and all that, but overall it is better to have that, right? So now the question is this: if this diversity that we have now, that I think we take for granted that is good, right? If diversity is good, is more diversity better? Sort of like vitamin C, you know? If some vitamin C is good, is more vitamin C better, right? Okay, vitamin A is bad. Don't take too much vitamin A, all right? Vitamin C, that's fine, right? It dissolves in water. So my question is this, that is it always the case that diversity is good, and is it possible to have too much diversity? Okay. So the question that I have is this: if you look around, I guess it would depend on what you're trying to achieve with diversity. I think that if you're trying to brainstorm to get ideas, then diversity is good. But if you're trying to achieve an outcome, then diversity may not be that good, because you may have people disagreeing with you on some basic fundamentals, right? Let's take something like something we're concerned about, surveillance, right? I think we have to come to some rules regarding surveillance. We need to have people to agree that to agree on two different positions, right? One position is that governments do have a legitimate interest in surveillance, right? If you don't accept this position, then you really cannot even discuss, because you think that government should not have any right at all in surveillance. So that's one position I think you should take. But the other position to take also is that governments tend to overstep surveillance. So I think you need to agree with two positions that are diametrically opposed, but you kind of agree that these are positions that we can agree on. And that if you don't agree, then, and you're really diverse there, then you really cannot come to the table to talk. So I think my take therefore is that looking at kind of what you're trying to achieve, if you're trying to arrive at some rule formation, decision making, then you in a way you have to limit some of that diversity. You can be diverse, but you cannot be too diverse. Otherwise, you cannot even come to agreement. So now the question, of course, is what is this golden mean? You see, that's why this philosopher king, this guy's a smart guy, he comes up with that. But okay, now we have a golden mean, right? The golden mean is not a mathematical mean. It is not something you arrive at by dividing by 2, right? It's something that you arrive at a creative decision, a creative outcome. How do you arrive at this? Okay, so now let me look at, so I'm looking around. Are there examples where civil society in particular, because civil society is really, really diverse, right? Civil society, all kinds of people are in the civil society. Are there instances of civil society coming together to arrive at a good outcome that is regarded as, oh, it's a good outcome, you all agree it's a good outcome? So the one that comes to my mind is net mondial, right? So my question then is, how did we civil society, arrive at a good outcome in net mondial? Like, okay, maybe it's Brazil, you know, the samba, the jazz, you know, maybe bossa nova, whatever. But what else was there in Brazil that allowed the group to come together in all the diversities, right, to arrive at this good outcome? So let me offer some possibilities, right? I think one was a very clear goal. So coming back again to the point of surveillance, I think that net mondial was partly addressing the issue of surveillance, although he had other larger issues. But it was the evil was not e-commerce, but Edward Snowden, right? So there was Edward Snowden sort of in the background. There was surveillance there, so there was some goal that you were trying to achieve in that case. I think the second one is a clear benefit of achieving that goal. So if you're able to address this issue of surveillance, then you can see the benefit to civil society, some gain in human rights, okay, some clarity as to the limits of what government. And I think the third one is that somehow the conditions, and here I'm sort of still looking out to what are the conditions. There's some conditions there that allowed civil society to be really motivated to come together to obviously set aside some differences, notwithstanding all the diversity, set aside some differences to come to an agreement. So I think that Netmundio sets a good template, a good model for how, despite all that diversity out there, Eamon had talked about how it's not just a question of geographic representation, it's not just a question of rights, it's not just a question of your interests, but somehow, despite all that diversity, you were able to come to some kind of agreement. So my conclusion is that, on this point, is that diversity, just to summarize, diversity is good up to a point. So like vitamins, you can too much of a good thing. But it is possible, just looking at one example, I agree, it's one example, okay, but I think it's a good example of how you can agree at an international level. At the international level, notwithstanding all the diversity, globally speaking, notwithstanding all the agreement, still come to an agreement. And my take on this is that diversity is in a way like governance itself, right? Any rule that's taken too far can become a bad rule. And so diversity as a rule should not be taken too far. Okay, so that's my point. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Peng Wai. I think it's very, very interesting to point out, a kind of golden mean, and I think this is even with the multi-stakeholder model, how you slice up the stakeholder groups and constituencies. There probably need to be some golden mean in some, but we need to have a process to continue to find it because it's more dynamic rather than a static. I think that's one of the things that was mentioned. So, Kenny. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll give you the controls too.
Good morning. My name is Kenny Huang, Executive Council Member of APNIC. Sorry, I was told yesterday because I was told we only have 2 speakers, so I have just prepared about 1 hour presentation. So be patient. But anyway, just kidding. I'm not going to go through the whole process, but just skip some of the slides. I'm going to introduce what's the multi-state model approach in Taiwan. Especially, we keep hearing multi-stakeholder model either here or somewhere else. Even we sit in the room, we still consider we are multi-stakeholder. So a lot of people claim they are multi-stakeholder model. So I think we need to clarify what is a multi-stakeholder model and is any benefit from the multi-stakeholder model. Okay, that's very basic because we are young generation, so you can go to Google or go somewhere to list what's the definition for internet governance. Narrow definition, broad definition, and hybrid multi-jurisdiction concept. And Edmund already mentioned this part. There are 2 practices. One is multilateral model. The other approach is multi-stakeholder model. So you can still Google what is the nature characteristic for multi-stakeholder model. So I'm not going to the detail. So issue come from multilateral because there are too many control from multilateral and the speed is very slow. So people consider if the new topic like internet governance or like a new technology comes out, new innovation, we need to find out a way to solve the solution as soon as possible. That's why there's a model proposed, a multi-stakeholder model. But issue from multi-stakeholder model, issue from multi-stakeholder model, people curious about the effectiveness of multi-stakeholder model because we keep saying we are multi-stakeholder model, but are we really better than the other something else? And that's questionable. And also that limit to communication and coordination. If you represent a global stakeholder, how can you do that kind of communication or how can you provide that kind of coordination? Even we have most fancy technology like Adobe Connect, or even we have something communication software, but it's still very difficult to communicate from the mass population. So we need to identify how can we approach that kind of result. Basically, I didn't talk target this organization. Let's take some example, whatever practice for the multi-stakeholder model in Taiwan. And basically, most of the practice in Taiwan, they are claim they are multi-stakeholder model. Either there was certain committee from the government or certain any association from the industry, they are self-claim they are multi-stakeholder model. And just unluckily, this organization was being picked up to demonstrate. I'm going to introduce what they claim they are multi-stakeholder model. And this organization basically, they receiving the inquiry from stakeholders, say there are some content considered to be harmful. And can you please to arrange to take it down? So this organization just forward, they have internal due process and eventually forward a request to the government authority, different kind of government authority, and also referral and redirect this kind of request to service provider, either content provider or ISP. And so anyway, by any unknown power, the content will be taken down. So that's the process that happened in Taiwan. So the question is, the function of this organization, what it provides is coordination and facility. And additional layer for public policy enforcement, because the government stayed behind. So the government can claim they didn't do anything because they are this organization in charge of everything, including notice and check down. But basically, it cannot happen without government support. So the position for the organization, they claim they are independent, self-regulated entity. And so we need to review the structure. Are they fulfilled with multi-stakeholder model from multi-stakeholder model perspective? From the governance model, we need to review the bylaw, membership, and board structure, board election procedure, sustainability for operations such as financial projection. And also from operational point of view, we need to review their policy development process, PDP, their due process, and also their conflict of interest with external entities. And also we need to review the accountability and transparency that's required by basically if you have owned the monopoly power, we need to review whether you are transparent, whether you are accountable to your stakeholder. I think that's a very minimal principle to be claimed you are multi-stakeholder model. I shouldn't say that. Basically, we'll probably need to write more essay on the maturity of multi-stakeholder model from very beginning to mature multi-stakeholder model. Last one become a very immature multi-stakeholder model. So you can see some of the recommendation, and that's you can keep somewhere. And basic recommendation to design a better multi-stakeholder model is when you have initial design process, you collect the input. You need to define your objective from your community, and also you have brief scanning what sort of issue, what stakeholder involved regarding to that issue. And you have multi-stakeholder collaborative process, such as we have issue, we have discussion here, probably initially just a brainstorming, but eventually when they mature enough, we can set up some sort of forum or mailing list or task force, eventually become an institutionalized organization. That's very similar. Okay, when you are running the organization of this kind, you are on partially monopoly power. And that kind of monopoly power basically we're talking about institutional feature for private entity international authority. You become a part of authority. And that's been classified into 6 categories for the private international authority, including informal industry norm and practice until the private region. So we use 2 dimensions to classify what's internal governance, what is policy governance model. Use 2 dimensions. One is governance capability and capacity for public good or public policy influence power. And the other dimension we classify into the governance model, which governance model is appropriate for this kind of approach. For example, we see if we see the first column. The first column, we have non-state actor, that's private sector. And if private sector doesn't have a governance capability and capacity, and the government has of course, government always have a capability and capacity. By this column, let's fulfill Pinghua just say philosophy king. So the government will take control. That means state regulation. So that's the first choice. For second choice, if the non-stakeholder or private sector, they have a capability and capacity, and government also have a capability and capacity as well. So what kind of result can be delivered? And that could be 3 scenarios. The first scenario could be cooperation. Second scenario could be called regulation. The third scenario could be delegation. It depends on situation, depends on country, depends on maturity of the constituencies. The third scenario from the third column is the private sector has a capability and also has a capacity, but the government doesn't have that kind of capability and capacity. So in this scenario, it could become a private self-regulation. I don't know whether I can belong to this category or not, but APNIC right now is unfortunately belong to this category. So they're talking about pros and cons. Governance with government and or without government, and there's different kind of pros and cons. And also there's a theory talking about the shadow of hierarchy. In the very beginning, if the private sector willing to demonstrate their influence in the public policy, the government is happy with that because that release their burden initially. But when the private sector getting more powerful, the government will be threatened. They feel part of their power being delegated to the private sector. So that becomes the shadow of hierarchy. The government will impose different kind of rule and to the private sector, ask them to do something in addition to their regular operation. Okay, that's a shadow hierarchy. So also there has a monopoly and regulation competition model. Monopoly and competition, anti-competition. The main problem for private self-regulation is the anti-competition because they are self-regulate and they have super monopoly power. So they become anti-competition. I'm the only service provider. I only allow this one exists in the world. So every industry, every business should listen to me. That's self-regulation. And also, okay, final word. So we consider whether it's a mature multi-stakeholder or not. We need to evaluate from different perspectives, such as we need to evaluate whether a monopoly, we're doing the monopoly assessment. And also we need to review the public policy governance regime to review their positional vulnerabilities, and also review applicability for regulatory competition model, and also if anything goes different, such as we have government regulation and also we have self-regulated policy, if any inconsistent happen, how to resolve it. And also we need to consider future sustainability, such as short-term and long-term strategy. So for example, like AprIGF, do we have short-term sustainability? Do we have long-term sustainability? That's the question we need to ask, whether we are in a mature position or not. Okay, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. And very good way to think about it, in terms of the maturity of a model. And also, I really like the in terms of sustainability, I guess both in terms of, if we take AprIGF as an example, both in terms of resources, including funding, but also in terms of participation. I think, it's one of the big challenges. And I guess I need the clicker back. I need control. Power is in my hands. And I guess with that, I'll jump to the three areas that I kind of circled out, and with my panelists, and also try to involve the audience in kind of more of a roundtable discussion. I mentioned we talk about three questions. I'll set aside three different kind of times to talk about it, but if you feel you want to mix it together, feel free to do so. The first one is really about constituency and representation in multi-stakeholder models. It's inevitable that there is going to be a selection or election processes in whatever governance model that we talk about, even in multi-stakeholder models. And how do you elect people from constituencies? And as these constituencies or stakeholder groups evolve over time, the boundaries of which tend to blur over time as well. So how do you really think about representation in a multi-stakeholder model? I really like this campaign sticker that I found at one point, and was doing a little bit of a research. Don't let others speak for you. Vote. But voting, in a political sense, you don't really get to speak. Somebody else speaks for you. In the multi-stakeholder model or in the internet governance model, we tend to really think it's just to speak directly. But what is vote and what, but ultimately there still needs to be some voting mechanism. How do we balance between them? And of course, even if very popular politicians, people don't think they speak for them. So in a multi-stakeholder model, what is it we're talking about when representation needs to happen? At ICANN, there are different councils. There's the board. At IGF, there's the MAG. At every kind of governance body will have some sort of model. But is that democratic? Is it today? Can we call that democratic? Or like what Penghua said, it's too much of something may be bad for the case, that we need to curtail some of the democracy or how we call democracy today. And then what the impact is when they're not, in democratic principles, you need apportionment. So when you create representatives out of X number of people, then each representative should be coming out of X number of people. But that's certainly not the case in multi-stakeholder model. How do we, call that democratic, or how do we even want it more democratic? That's some of the starting questions, and I guess I'll just go through the panel for their thoughts, and then hopefully we'll get some input from the floor as well. Based on the seating, I guess I'll just go with the seating. Asha?
Thank you, Edmund. So my name is Asha Hemrajani, and I'm on the ICANN board, but I'm here on Edmund's request today, and I'm here speaking on my day. So I thought they were great questions, the three of them that you posed, Edmund, and I thought at least two of them, from my perspective, were very much interrelated, and that's the one of rough consensus with cultural diversity. The question is really, does cultural diversity necessarily make consensus harder to achieve? So Penghua had touched upon that briefly. I have a similar view in some aspect and a different view in another aspect. So let's talk a little bit about rough consensus. So I think you mentioned in the description for this definition of rough consensus, and that the IETF has a fantastic definition of that. ICANN glossary only talks about unanimous consensus or full consensus, but IETF, they have a definition for rough consensus. And basically the idea is to capture the sense of the group to see what's the predominance of opinion. There might be dissenters, but if their ideas have been heard, if they have been weighed and no one is convinced of these dissenters' ideas, then one can say we have achieved rough consensus. So one should always try to get an understanding of how big the opposing forces are. So if I was chairing a session, I would try to, for example, ask, can I get an understanding of how many of you would not feel comfortable with a particular proposed language? So the beauty of rough consensus as opposed to unanimous consensus is that it allows for some dissent. And I think having dissent is good because vigorous debate, different views are always good. Provided, of course, they're put forward in good faith. I think debate is just, it just allows for new ideas to pop up and thinking outside of the box. And that really also has something to do with cultural diversity. And I'm actually a court-appointed mediator in Singapore. I'm not sure if everyone knows what mediation means. It's not meditation, it's mediation. Mediation is a form of dispute resolution for legal and commercial disputes. So multi-party disputes and it's rough consensus is actually very important tool when you have multi-party disputes. So I'm a big fan of rough consensus. Now coming to cultural diversity, I think I know, and I think perhaps, I'm not sure, Adam, if you'll be covering that, but we collect a lot of statistics on, we collect statistics on the composition of our different supporting organizations and advisory committees. So what we do now is we look at statistics on gender balance, not gender diversity. By the way, the correct term is gender balance, because women constitute half the human race, or nearly half the human race. So we look at gender balance, we look at geographic diversity, we look also at the language diversity, but in terms of language diversity, we look at how many people are represented as compared with the official. Does not represent the actual languages spoken in the world. But issue altogether, I can cover that, discuss that some other time. So cultural diversity, I think, is very, very difficult to define, and it's difficult to measure, but there are studies done on this, and it would be worthwhile to look at how we could get some KPIs to measure cultural diversity, because in addition to looking at gender balance, looking at language diversity, it's good to look at, for example, citizenship as opposed to country of residence. And it's also good to look at mode of communication that people like to use. And that's very much related to cultural diversity, because it tends to be that the most articulate people, or the squeaky wheels, they are the ones who sometimes end up being heard the best. But there is value, there's merit in looking at multiple forms of communication. For instance, more written form, or encouraging people who are not necessarily articulate, who not necessarily wish to speak up. And I am one of those people. I don't necessarily like to speak up in public. Maybe it's because of my background. So it's very important to make sure that those voices are not heard. And that's the cultural diversity I think we should be focusing on. Thank you.
Thank you, Asha. And it's very, very good points on rough consensus and cultural diversity, which are the next 2 points that I wanted to bring up. I certainly failed to force the topic. So why don't I introduce all 3 topics and then I go through the room, rather than try to enforce my little 3 points thing. But why don't I just jump into that, since you brought it up, and I'll come back to this. Rough consensus is a very interesting model that internet governance is using. One of the main reasons is that if you look at ICANN or of working groups, is that it's completely open. Anybody in the world can join, and it could be a few hundred, potentially a few thousand people on a working group, or 3 or 5 person on a working group. Create decisions. How do you form a decision-making process with such a large difference in terms of number? That's one of the reasons. And also how they think about representation in the IETF, and starting from rough consensus. But what I wanted to bring in is also that with the rough consensus model, the types of leaders we elect may be very different. The types of leaders that in a rough consensus vote to get in to be your president may be very different people. And I was going to leave off with the slide about the question of how we define rough consensus. It doesn't mean majority rule. In many cases, when a rough consensus is called, it could be a minority. It could actually be a minority view, but still there's a rough consensus because of other reasons, and that's something that's interesting. And then about cultural diversity, because we're talking about a global resource like the internet or any internet resource, it's about the global public interest, and we think about the cultural diversity cultures, which Asha alluded to. Journalistic leadership is often preferred, even in some cultures. But if we rethink, some cultures actually think the parent is the people and the government is the parent, is the child, because created by the people, right? So the cultural differences take us to a different Ben as well. So the last question, what is cultural diversity? Is that important? A multi-stakeholder approach, especially given that it's no longer geographically based. Today we have models that is geographical diversity in ICANN and in other areas as well. But is that even relevant into the future when we talk? So with that, I'll jump back. And originally I was going to go through this one by one, but please feel free to, I guess, comment on any one of them. But originally starting with how we define constituent representatives out of those constituencies in a multi-stakeholder approach. So I'll move forward to chat, please.
Yeah, I think there's a. So for the first question around the multi-stakeholder approach, I guess one of the points I want to make is that multi-stakeholder institute for democracy. I mean, it has to be that I think the end goal is to deepen inclusive democratic internet governance. So I think democracy is I think it's an important point to look at. The stakeholder it cannot be a substitute. So just in terms of who should be at the table, I think in the multi-stakeholder model in internet governance, we've sort of defined, seems to be like there are these 5 or 6 stakeholders now. When you talk about diversity, are these the only stakeholders we're looking at? I mean, I think we need to maybe think about others really who do not see themselves in any of those stakeholders. And I think there will be people or groups who are not in those. For example, one would be, especially, we had a discussion this morning around, how the internet has changed so much and how much more relevant to so many domains and so many more people. So I think that also should, 10 years ago, to know who are the stakeholders in internet governance. In relation to diversity, and in relation to the question around is more diversity, is there such a thing, or should we limit diversity? I think diversity is diversity. It's not, you can't really limit diversity. People can define themselves in different ways and relate to policies and processes in different ways. It can be a group of people, it can be a community, it can be a larger group. But I don't think it's useful to think of diversity as identifying. I think it's much more useful to maybe see at what process in the decision making would you maybe look at what kinds of include. So it's not at all points, right? For example, when we're thinking of I think Pegwa, you talked about the outcome. What is more important is that at certain times of a process of decision that you have a broader, when you're discussing broad principles, and maybe that's why the Net Mundial worked, because and I think you can have much more diverse participation, and you can have much more unisus when you're talking about values and principles. If you have much more participation in that and agreement, but there are decisions where you have arrived at a consensus because it's much more specific. So I think that's the one thing that is important when we're looking at stakeholders. I think the other thing about stakeholders is that even if you say it's civil society stakeholders, even within that group, there are many kinds of there are many different there are different opinions, and there's also a need for have space and have processes to come to consensus before engaging in a multi-stakeholder in a multi-stakeholder, because I think it's not the playing field is not even. You know, it's sort of one of the things we do, for example, in APC, is we make sure that we do have capacity building for groups of people who may not see themselves in this internet governance program. And you need to build that capacity for them to be able to come to a multi-stakeholder process where they feel that can actually participate equally. I think that's the other thing that I would say is important. So so I think one of the things that the other comment I would make is that this golden mean, if I understand it, it's this is like the I'm not sure that you can have a one model or one outcome. It will change, no? It depends really what the issue is. It also depends what the I'm not quite sure that we can find it. And I think if we're, you know, there could be different models, and I'm sure that there are different models that operate in different circumstances. Yeah, I think to leave it at that.
Thank you, Chad. And I think one of the emerging themes of what is being said is really that stakeholder grouping model. And we need to understand that the system cannot be fully mature, that it cannot change, because new stakeholders may need to be added on different types of decisions. And that's one of the, I guess, one of the features that needs to be built into multi-stakeholder systems. That might be, you know, something further into, but such as ICANN.
Well, good afternoon. Is it afternoon almost? Yes, almost good afternoon. Adam Peake. I do work for ICANN, but most of what I'll say is from experience that predates that. And the first point is to go back to when we started to talk about these stakeholder models, which was around the time 1995, 96, 97, and this was primarily led by US policymakers from the Clinton administration. It was before they really started to think in detail about the domain name system, but they were of what we called then e-commerce, and how we would build structures for developing policy around this then emerging sort of world of electronic commerce and the internet. And the idea of involving different stakeholders emerged at that time. Magaziner, who was leading a lot of this work, and he was very clear that he did not expect multi-stakeholder arrangements to be monolithic. They wouldn't be the same for all issues. So that if we think of a bar chart where Y is power or influence, and then the bars are the different stakeholders, so it might be a bar for government, a bar for private sector, a bar for technical community, that power relationship would be different depending on the history and background of what that particular issue was. So for example, in ICANN, which was one of the first issues that they started to look at, or the domain name system, ICANN hadn't been then created, the idea was that government was involved directly in making internet policy. So the role of governments, and therefore that size of the bar chart of power or influence or role within that process, would be lower for government. And the other, but in a different issue, might be privacy, might be encryption policy, it could be any different internet or technical related policy. Given the history of relationships, then those sort of moving bar charts of power and influence would change. So that was the first notion, that multi-stakeholderism would not be monolithic, so that we would not necessarily have in this, you know, the various 4 or 5 or 6 stakeholder groups, they would not always have equal power. And so in ICANN we see, for example, governments are an advisory committee. They're not directly involved in the policy-making processes. And I think that was intentional, and it was intentional reflecting their past history of relationships. But as we've already heard. And the governments are now, particularly as internet policy and public policy is so important, the role of government, we are seeing a rise of the influence of the GAC, as it is, the Government Advisory Committee within ICANN. And I think that's natural. We're seeing an evolution of the internet. So the first thing is that, yeah, multi-stakeholderism or multi-state monolithic, and they should reflect the different issues that sort of happened at the time. And as a result, we do see change occurring as the internet has developed, and particularly public policy has become more important. The second is, just to go back, again, this was before ICANN, but I was part of a drafting committee which helped draft the document. So I was sort of on the receiving end of a lot of the input that came in. And this really highlighted two things about civil society. We talked about civil society. One is that civil society is extremely diverse, expertise and knowledge and also passion. So the level of the input that came from that particular stakeholder group, Internet Mondiale, was extraordinary, and it was of a much, I don't want to use the word quality, but the diversity and intensity of contributions from civil society was greater than from the other groups. And I think that was reflected in the outcome document. Civil society works, it does have diversity, it does have knowledge, it brings representation globally, and passion helps. But at the same time, civil society does also have a habit of sort of eating its own young. It will destroy itself in its own way. That's probably a personal bias, because I'm going to talk about, there was a part of the Net Mondiale conference where people who, giving the example of encryption, surveillance, people who believed that governments should not surveil was part of a sort of unconference that ran parallel on day 0 of Net Mondiale. And these people passionately believed, and quite rightly held opinion, that this project, this process, Net Mondiale, should be about Snowden's revelations. And it should be about governments not surveilling us and everything that we do on the internet. And because they were not satisfied with the outcome in Net Mondiale, actually if you look at the document you'll see some quite strong language against surveillance, but they were not satisfied, turned their backs as the document was being read into the record at the end of the conference, they turned their backs and showed displeasure. So that was sort of civil society's passion, on the one hand, sculpting and creating a document that was really reflecting a lot of their issues, and on the other hand, sort of also standing against it because it didn't go far enough. Almost a political statement. They weren't happy, wouldn't live with it, and so they turned their backs and rejected, or some turned their backs and rejected Net Mondiale. So that was just my thoughts. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Adam. And that kind of because Net Mondiale outcome, not so much of an operative policy, that compromise was not able to be reached, and that kind of relates to rough consensus and representation and all the questions. And Jen, and then I hope others would be interested to chime in. Jen?
So now it is actually afternoon, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer Chung. I work for the AprIGF Secretariat team, but now I'm really speaking on my personal behalf. The process of me being on this panel wasn't quite democratic. I think prerogative to actually kind of strong-arm me into this panel as well. So also conscious of the time, I really do want to leave more time for I'd like to react to a little bit about what we heard from the panelists and really interesting things. What I can say from a personal perspective, actually I've only been in the internet governance sphere for roughly less than 3 years. And what I can say, I participate very much in the ICANN policy development process. And that is being held up as a an example of multi-stakeholder. Going back to the first question, the representation, stakeholder groups and representation. I am part of the registry stakeholder group, which is within the GNSO in ICANN, and how they make their policy is what Edmund mentioned is all the working groups are open for participation, but how can you from these really open and really diverse groups a decision where it's like the policy then comes out? How is that? How can diversity really help this? Can it hurt the decisions that are made, recommendations that come out of these working groups? My personal reaction really is from what Professor diversity is good, but what do we really mean by diversity? Is diversity, is it real diversity? If you have 3 women, 3 men sitting on a diverse, is that what we are really measuring here? So are we talking about meaningful participation? From our region, we know that there's a lot of, and I'm really glad that Chat mentioned this, capacity building. Know of this subject. If you don't know you are part of this, don't know you're actually part of a stakeholder group in internet governance, how can you be represented? How can this be so diverse? And as she mentioned, we do have, kind of mold people into these groups, technical community, civil society, governments, and so on and so forth. What about the indigenous people who don't know part of this? They can be considered civil society, but if they're not even part of the conversation, they can't be represented. There's no diversity there. And if you look at all, obviously very obvious here, the kids, the youth, they also are a very, very large part of the ecosystem, position or a place at the table. And obviously I'm going to talk about something that .Asia does work as well. What about wildlife? Are they part of this too? Conversation on that, internet governance does affect them. They know that, what can we do to actually bring that into the discussion? So diversity here, it's a really good point that Asha made is, it's very, very difficult to measure what cultural diversity is. It would be very useful to have some KPIs to measure it, but it's right now it's a very wide and open concept that is very worthwhile to discuss about. And this is just really my esteemed panelists. I don't have very academic words to describe what what this whole conversation is about, but I do want to throw it back to Edmund to open up the floor for more discussion.
Thank you, Jen. I think that was a very interesting intervention, especially stakeholder groups beyond, I guess, the human race as well. But that may be a different conversation. So I open to floor, and I am grateful to. Please. And please just indicate if you want to.
Yes, thank you. Marcus Kummer speaking. I'm also a member of the ICANN board like Asha, and I have some comments on ICANN, but I will start with my comments as a Swiss citizen. Your theoretical introduction left out the Swiss model, which is a mixed form of democracy and direct democracy. And ultimately, it is the citizen, the voter, who has the last word, can veto any decision by parliament, can also introduce a new law. And there to pick up on the need, I mean, I agree with much what has been said on the panel, but I also disagree with some. And Penghua made some comments on the need. Yes, obviously it's the most efficient form of government, but that's clearly not what we want. Government, some people might want that, but I speak now again as a Swiss citizen. I think and actually when you look at the way the country is doing, I think it's fairly successful on all accounts by international, with a high form of social cohesion, where people are well off and are actually satisfied with their government. And why are they satisfied? Because they control their government. It's an important aspect. And Benoit mentioned the example of surveillance. We had this debate. Parliament introduced a new law, and I'm also a member of the ISOC chapter of Switzerland, and ISOC wanted to collect signatures to have a referendum to block the law passed by Parliament, but we failed to collect sufficient signatures because a majority of citizens seem to be happy with the law passed by Parliament, and because there is always the Damocles sword of a referendum, there are sufficient safeguards in the law that you can argue that there are sufficient checks and balances to stop the government from going overboard. But that is, to have that in the background makes also Parliament and politicians more prudent. But that brings me to the ICANN world now with the IANA transition. And this is very much, I think, the movement we went through was the community trying to take sure that ICANN as an organization, the board cannot go rogue and there are sufficient checks and balances. And that was done not in a constituency model, that was done in a cross-constituency working group, and as such, I think, is a very successful model also for ICANN. ICANN, and Adam pointed out the history, that was done as an experiment. Nobody knew how it model, but you mentioned yourself the Hong Kong model, constituencies. And I think when you look back in history, I think it's Mussolini had a similar model of his parliament, that there are functional groups, employers, and that did not really seem a representative way of doing things. And for ICANN going forward, I'm a firm believer that I think ICANN as an organization will move away from the cross-constituency model, where people discuss in a multi-stakeholder setting where everybody sits around the table to discuss an issue very upstream. Because the current model has the risk that you run into a roadblock at the end when you have a policy development process within a silo, and then you open, and then maybe the government advisory committee comes in and says, we don't like what you developed. If you have people right from the beginning, these roadblocks, I think, they appear much earlier and they are easier to buy. This is, I think, work in progress. And again, Adam said this was when it was devised, it was not supposed to have been cast in stone forever and ever. So this is something I think we will have to look at as we go. Why was it successful? Precisely because it was not done in silos. It was everybody together, and Adam, again, he illustrated some of the dynamics of this process, but the very positive example was that everybody was together trying to develop an outcome. It's easier when you have high-level principle, and when you have to go into the nitty-gritty of these are my few comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcus. And I think you point out a few very important points that in my kind of exploration of this topic is the working group model that you kind of alluded to in terms of the IANA transition process discussion, how it's more cross-constituency. Basically, in a working group, anybody can go in. But ultimately, when it or tries to make certain decisions, we use a kind of rough code, no real voting happens. But then the ratification of that goes into a voting process, whether from the ICANN board, from each of the councils, committees. That's and how the working group then relates to the representatives that kind of ratifying it will become a very interesting model as we move forward. Is the councils or boards more of administrative checking a few boxes that deliberations need to be part of that is going to be a process, I guess, and that's I think is very interesting. And the other thing is about ownership, I guess. When we talk about democratic processes, we tend to feel that in the ICANN process is somewhat democratic, but if you match it with democratic about it, certainly it doesn't match well. That gap perhaps needs to be bridged, and that's part of what I wanted. When you match the democratic principles about apportionment, about representation, it doesn't match well, and those are gaps that may be important to bridge as we mature these multi-stakeholder model, I guess. I have Leonid and then Asha, and please just indicate if you wish to speak.
Yes, in my own capacity. Well, it's very interesting. These are very interesting questions. You're sorry that we are missing social sciences experts in the room, because probably we're touching upon something which has been already very well examined and re-examined for generations. And I just want to the democratic principles, for example, in ancient Greece, the best example. But even at that time, with the people exercising direct rather than representative democracy, even at that time, there were certain groups which were excluded. Women, children, slaves. Of course, they couldn't attend those gatherings in the ancient Athens, and could not participate in direct vote. So that's important to remember, that at all times, some exceptions and exclusions. In our case, it's that wildlife and probably bacteria who cannot vote or take part as a stakeholder group. And talking about ICANN and IGF, and by the way, Net Mundial, I would suggest that this, of course, model is far from being perfect. Why? I would just rather save this multi-stakeholderism. But now, speaking of, for example, of IGF, I don't know if I shared that perspective, but the problem is that participation in IGF, no matter how much we put inclusivity and outreach, is limited because of a number of reasons, except for these young people in the room, that we face each other at each and every IGF, and the community doesn't, by the way, gave rise to certain reflections in some mailing list. I don't know whether it's closed or not, in which George Sadowski asked a very interesting question. What are we? He asked. And then tried to elaborate on that, because truly he mentioned that the community doesn't grow. It has for a decade, and I'm already nearly a decade in this community, it hasn't grown. And still these 3,000 people roughly represent 6 billion strong population and 3 billion internet users, claiming that they are acting they are pursuing that public interest. So this is a very interesting question. To what extent we who are now trying to define for ourselves whether this or that, let's say, model is legitimate and appropriate, to what extent we have the right or legitimacy to decide for at least 3 billion users.
Thank you, Leonid, and that seems to be always the when you want to attack something, that's the easiest way to attack. And for example, at ICANN, the ALAC, the At-Large Advisory Committee, is supposed to represent all the users, and the easiest attack is you don't represent them. Not everyone is of the billions of people who are using the internet is on it.
Exactly. Exactly.
So,
And yeah, the last comment is that when we talk about inclusivity, self to a certain group, or herself, sorry, to a certain group, but in fact, all of them and every single person would be rather an imposter, because he or she was not voted for or elected, you know. So it's a very interesting. Net Mundial, I would just disagree with Marcus. Net Mundial resulted in nothing. I mean, that was just a one-off exercise. We should admit that. It was good, but continuation of that.
it was supposed to be a good party.
The legacy,
except there wasn't much party
isn't there. The legacy isn't there. Thank you.
I have Asha, Satish, Adam, and then Jen. We'll probably run out of time, so please keep the interventions short.
You were talking, Edmund, about, and I'm sorry I missed this first. I thought we could jump in any which order we wanted. So I did skip this one, and I wanted to come back to this actually. So you were talking about matching democratic principles with the multi-stakeholder model, and I frankly speaking didn't comment on that because I think maybe I'm a pessimist. I don't think it's possible. So that's why so I mean, MS model is far from being perfect. We have embraced the concept of rough consensus. We have a success story with the accountability CCWG, but we have a long way to go where cultural diversity is concerned. And I want to address the point there. What happens when stakeholder groupings and boundaries shift or need to be changed, as well as address the point you mentioned, Leo, about the community has not grown. So, and then coming back to the cultural diversity, all these 3 points really, there's a lot of work that we still need to do on that because we haven't grown, we haven't increased our cultural diversity, and this is something we should work on. So just an example, they have just set up a sustainability working group, and their terms of reference just came out. So it's specifically for setting up a mechanism for these shifting boundaries and to bring in new blood. In fact, Larry Strickling mentioned it specifically in his a recent speech. Group. So this might be something the Asia Pacific IGM, their terms of reference are online. Cool. Thanks.
Thank you, Asha. And you're pessimistic about not being democratic, matched with democratic, this democracy 3.0. The way that we define democratic principles now may actually need to change in view of how the internet has brought.
Satish Babu from AprIGF, ICANN. Quick points. First is that the rough consensus model as applied in IETF, is that a universal model? My reservations with it works pretty well for IETF, but will it work for a group where there are minorities, people who do not have the capacity to kind of speak out and be kind of heard? Is a question that requires addressing. We also have extremely successful models which actually veer to the other side. I come from the community, and one of the most successful products is the Linux kernel. Linux is administered by a benevolent dictator without any change. There is no apology about it. It works pretty well. So when you come to technology homogeneous, some of these things might work, but a truly heterogeneous community, whether it will work as efficiently, it might work, but as efficiently is the question. The question about what is an aspirational goal for us, is multi-stakeholder model an end in itself, or is it the agility required for multi-stakeholder model to work? This is a work in progress, as somebody has already pointed out. It requires a significant amount of agility to be inclusive, and that is a weakness that even this whole issue of what Leo pointed out of, are we representative? AprIGF does not claim to represent interests of users. That itself is a little bit contentious, contrived even, but that is what we say. And finally, this issue about tolerance and diversity, extreme positions.
I believe that people should have the space for being extreme about things, cut them out. Even if they are unhappy about the outcomes, we still have heard them. And that's actually a step towards the right thing, I would feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish. And I think the representation and representing the interests or the views he's taken model, and that also, you know, the real politics may actually want to learn from this as well, because these days, geographically, just because I live in Hong Kong doesn't mean I share the same views as my neighbors. So I had Adam, Jen, and then Kenny, and we probably run out of time. Oh, well, yeah, it would be good to hear from the group behind if anyone wants to speak up.
You have to talk. Okay, I'm Amon from AprIGF. This topic about democracy actually is, for me, is a bit difficult because people generally think it's something universal. This is a question to you. Do you really think that democracy is something universal, like we want can apply everywhere in the world? I'm not sure that it's possible. I answer, but I would like you guys to say something about it. I'm not sure that it's something possible because of the cultural diversity. And Switzerland is a good example. They have people with different languages, different organizations. They have canton, all those things, but they can still come together and build something. So when I see people in Hong Kong or Taiwan recently talking about they want to protect their democracy, I don't know what kind of democracy they are talking about. And some countries, they want to teach other countries about democracy principle. When I see those countries and I compare with Switzerland, I said, is it real? Are you really democratic? So, and I would like to share an idea about some African consensus. For me, it's not really new because, for example, in the African villages, when there is a problem, there is a chief, and he make an announcement about a discussion, and everyone should go and meet somewhere, generally under a big tree, and we should discuss, because it's a 2,000, 3,000 people, but those who are interested can come and discuss. And it's difficult to reach consensus when it's a debate, because the debate, people come and they say, this is my position, this is my, you don't want to listen, you just speak up. You don't listen to others. But discussion, you have to talk and find something, listen to others. And I think this is something people miss when they come to discuss. If you come with your position, and after this decision, the chief or the result to another village, if there is a problem with another village, he can take this result to. So the rough consensus for me is not really new, but maybe it's difficult to apply it in a more diversity. Actually, I should say that there are 7 billion diversities, because each one of us has about it. And I think a French philosopher said that democracy is impossible when there are too much people. So it's like he agrees with the multi-stakeholders, because we should form different groups and talk with each other. One, like even if it's by vote, or we choose someone, say, okay, this is what we think. Go and tell it to other people. So he will go and say, okay, finally, our group, this is what we think. Democratic, and people can agree more about different issues. So this is is what I can share about this topic.
Thank you very much. And this is what you just said is exactly how I see the democratic systems that we are taught by certain may not be universal after all, and in the internet governance may allow us to rethink what we call democratic systems, how we think about democracy, how democratic you are, and voting and decision making and representation. And as we go along governance, as these multi-stakeholder model and rough consensus, we may actually be able to rethink what we call today as democratic systems and change those to fit the new world. It might actually look more like the past, where people get together and make decisions than vote somebody to speak for you, and then a few years time. And that's I think the starting point of my. And I will leave it to Kenny for the last word.
Opportunity to the flow, because I think we are running out of time.
Oh, but we have one slot left, and I have run out of.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just another question. Actually, just try to clarify, because I hear people keep mentioning about how successful the INA transition is going to be, and yes, it is so far. It is a successful model. Specific item, because the reason it is successful because let's accumulate a lot of preparation tasks. Actually, already a community decision done by 3 or 4 years ago. So it's accumulate great momentum. A lot of tremendous work done by the working group, especially like a CCWG. That's really a work definitely will be impressed by people. But we are still not reached the last mile. So all the decisions still wait until end of. So still can start to discuss how to decompose the INA transition into theoretical model. That's what I try to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. It brings us to the end, and I thank everyone for joining me on this particular journey. I think it's when we talk about internet governance and how we improve it over time here, I do think that a symbiotic relationship with politics and public policy development, and I think it's time we think about that side of the equation. It will impact how people interact and think about political representation and political decision making as well. And at least I hope that would be the case. The feeling is that the democracy and diversity comes in a diverse way, and how and the internet affects not only our lives and how we make decisions together. And perhaps with the internet, we can rethink a lot of the things for granted when we think about democracy and we think about representation. So, but at the before we can even do that, we need to continue to mature and improve what we call a multi-stakeholder approach in the internet, like global internet governance process, and hopefully they actually the crux and the starting point, perhaps the end point as well, in Democracy 3.0. So thank you once again for joining, and please give me a round of applause for the panelists, and thank you.
please arrange the presentation with this computer with him, because we may need. Yes. I will use my pointer. Okay. Yeah, I will use the pointer, but we may transition to the website. So. Okay, time is passing, so while waiting for our moderator, let me just start my presentation first, if I may. Okay, the moderator is coming because the last session is still in progress in the different room now. All right. Hello. My name is Jung Bae-an, interim chair of APSIC Facilitator Group. And I will briefly introduce overview of APSIC and would like to receive as many comments as possible from you for the cooperation among us. 50 discus group members from various countries with various background. And you may find the discus group member list in APSIC website, as well as the current development, which is continuously. Right? Let me start. Okay, can I go for the next slide? Yeah, as you see, we have several regional SIGs in continent level or the sub-continental level. And as you also see, we have some local SIGs which are being developed now. So last fall, we've established the APSIC discus group to serve several hundred internet governance leaders in Asia through professional courses on the internet governance, and through local SIGs and IGFs in Asia to serve around 10,000 internet governance practitioners through their courses. So basically, we are trying to focus on developing professional courses on internet governance, developing open courseware courses, and collaborating with other SIGs and IGFs. Our program has 6 tracks with over 20 classes, which include internet governance general, internet governance perspectives, internet governance stakeholders, internet governance institutions, as well as human rights and security area. And we are also developing our style roleplay class to have more intensive discussion among the leaders on the selected issues. And we also have the discussion session on the hot topics. As you see the schedule relating SIGs in Asia, we expect several SIGs in this year and the next year, including the first APSIC in this September in Bangkok. As we're planning to transition to a regular service deployment phase from the current pilot project phase in this year and the next year, the major fundamental issues we are facing is how to serve several hundred of Asia Pacific internet governance leaders, while we only could accommodate 20 or 30 per annual APSIC event. And how to update the class materials every 4 or 5 years, of course, with securing lecturers who are best in Asia and the world. All right. The basic plan is I opt here and get comments and try to address as many questions as you have with the possible with my colleagues. But we still don't have our moderator. But yeah. Can I just get questions of yours I can address? Actually, if I may, I want to use some more minutes to introduce the first APSIG, which is going to be held in Bangkok in this September. Can I go to the web? And to go into the APSIG 2016 tab. It's going down a bit. Yeah, here. So this is the 2016 APSIG program. So we have 9 lecturers and 10 classes. The Internet Governance Principles by Adam Pick, and Net Neutrality by Mahesh Yopal, Internet Policy Principles by Paul Wilson, Legal Perspectives by K.S. Park, and Political Perspectives by Jim Foster, Multi-Stakeholder Model by Jeremy Malcolm, and Human Rights General by K.S. Park also, and Privacy by A.B. Munir, from Internet by Chet Garcia-Lamilo, and Social Perspective by Young Multi-Stakeholder Role-Play class session, and the discussion session, the closing plenary discussion sessions. Okay, we have moderator now, so let me pass this mic to the moderator.
Well, I guess Junbai has already done the job that I was assigned to. Yeah, sorry for late. Well, I guess so. Have we been covering on the agenda or thing? I think, well, the primary is to, I guess, have a face-to-face meeting between the APSIG and the MSG. Now, of course, I understand many of us who are working with or helping with the APSIG are members of MSG. So I guess for those of us who are in both, we need to further, I guess, introduce the what we're talking about. I guess to see questions and especially comments, I guess, from MSGs and or other members program and what it's about, participants, so hopefully Junbai and or some other members of us helping with the if APSIG could help to answer. Question from Jason.
I think that probably would be the key point. How we're going to solve the issue we have, because I think that Bangkok this year already everything been prepared and decided, or something we need to solve this year.
Well, yes, basically for this year, the first APSIG in Bangkok this year is already set up. We set up the lectures and we already announced the participant list. So it's going to be basically set up.
no more issue for this year?
Well, we still need to confirming the final participants, but the APSIG is not the one-time event. So we're gonna keep move on, and actually we need to expand actually. So that's why we're putting up the issues for further more cooperation among us.
Okay, right. Thank you. That's my question. And especially a lot of panelists here, they have a full knowledge in internet governance. If you are available, I'm encourage you to participate and contribute your energy.
Thanks very much for the sharing, and I just have two thoughts, which if we go back to the basics, right? When we first started this conversation with also MSG and APSIG, which here talks about the goals of serving hundreds of internet governance leaders. How can APSIG, which has some overlap with AprIGF's goals, how can they complement each other? At this point, it's not very clear. I know the Bangkok one that's coming is like a pilot of sorts, but then point 4 on this slide also says 2015 to 2017 with service deployment from 2018. So how would we be able to work with each other going forward in the sense that APSIG can really contribute to the needs of AprIGF, or vice versa as well? I'm just thinking back to the basics of where we started this conversation. I'm open to any ideas. I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, I think the overlap and I mean, overlap in itself is not a bad thing, but potential confusion and replication of efforts was the issue we discussed at some length when the MSG invited APSIG to actually collaborate and to merge or to in some way. And what where we're at now is, I think it took APSIG a long time to decide whether or not to do that, and ultimately decided not to. And the implication at that time was that some future collaboration would happen. So it's good to have this meeting for the sake of working out if that and if it is, then how we can do it. I think APSIG looks like a great initiative. I think one of the comments that I made earlier, though, which reflects on both AprIGF and APSIG, is that the IGF itself is a capacity building initiative. IGF should be a school of internet governance. It should be educational capacity building. It should serve that purpose. Although I'm regarded as an expert, I don't come into the IGF with the attitude that I know everything. I'm here to learn as well, and I think everyone who comes in is in that same position. If they don't think they are, then I think those people are in the very tiny minority. So I think the School of Internet Governance as such, or a School of Internet Governance and an Internet Governance Forum really are, if not identical, then they're absolutely complementary. And it actually reflects that and confirms it, because you've got not just classes, but you've got discussion sessions on internet governance matters. And so I mean, you're only confirming the fact that between discussion forums and lessons as such, there's really no clear line at all. So I really do think that that there's room for diversity, and I think there's a call for some coordination, because I can see that particularly at the global level of the IGF itself, then sort of there will be some confusion about where, if anywhere, there is a point of coordination for the Asia Pacific. And so I'd like to find, if we're having a distributed model, then I'd like to find a way that the world and make it workable and efficient for all of us who are involved. But I'm very interested in what is the future in the minds of the APSIG, considering that we did have an opportunity to work together. That didn't happen particularly well, at least not in terms of co-locating. and there was an expectation that after that there would be a longer time for planning towards, what's a exercise in coordination. Coordination does have a cost and it does have a lead time, so I think it's reasonable that we should look far ahead, and we need to plan ahead, and so that's right here is the place to do that, if in fact we want to do that, if that's our intention. Thanks.
I have because I have that unique experience thanks to Wolfgang Kleinwachter, who launched the European Internet Governance School, Summer Internet Governance School. She's been there a couple of times. So we were teaching there. I mean, that was a great exercise for all of us. So I would disagree with Paul, because these is designated. I mean, it targets first on the issue of internet governance, because as you could see, who were in the room, they found it really hard to catch up with the audience, because sometimes the discussion elevated to some breathtaking heights, and they couldn't follow that. While basics should be taught, and that's one of those methodological principles, of education. So you got to just educate people on that basic level, complex issues. But back to that school in Europe, usually there are like 8, if I'm not mistaken, 8 to 10, I would say, mentors. Faculty is about 10 people, and then there are like 30 to 35 students there. It's a relatively small exercise, and the school is by major European registries, like the Dutch one, the German one, the French, and so forth. In other words, with a number of people like 45, they are self-sustainable. Registries probably have got that a long-term commitment, and that's important. So my question was, when I've checked the list of the faculty and students, I found that the ratio was kind of interesting, because it's like 1 faculty member per 2 students, members. And also I was just wondering how we could ensure that sustainability in terms of funding for a longer run, even for that pilot project. That's what really concerns me now. Thank you.
Do I put on my hat as member of MSG? I think I agree highly with what Paul said, and I think, but in terms of cooperation, I also initially I was well, and I do remember I wanted to see their cooperation between AprIGF 2016 and that I think we had a few conference calls and then issues to be discussed and resolved and considered. So I think at the end it was kind of, to me, it was a time constraint that we had, that otherwise would put AP into jeopardy, or would put too much pressure on the local host in terms of the program organizing, the arrangement and all that. So how it kind of decided it was decided to be separate. But in the long run, I guess, in addition to this, I guess, besides the bank deal, I do like to see closer cooperation in the future, because I think we share a lot of resources in terms of lecturers, in terms of, and I think more importantly, we need, honestly, the audience, participants or students, and then I guess obviously, I think as far as the Bangkok event is concerned, it has been doing a good job in terms of attracting a certain level of participants. But I think if we can, with the success and establishment of AprIGF, it would be even more, kind of effective.
Yes, I agree with much of what Chester says. I mean, we have just before this AprIGF women and gender workshops organized by APC. We have that mission with youth. It makes a lot of sense to have an APSIG co-located in future when we're talking about general internet governance leaders. We can look at how the pilot project works now, and then maybe in future we can continue the discussion about co-location. That seems to be beneficial.
Do the students, sorry, Adam Peake speaking, do the students pay to attend the school? Is there a fee?
Okay, can I go to the 2016 participants for kick? That's going to be an answer, and also addressing to the Leonie's question. Yeah, just see, we just issued the 2016 participants list on 25th of July. Total participants, including 9 lecturers, and there is some group chairs and local participants and partners also. And we identified governance leaders in Asia from among our applications, and we have about 15. We can say it's just like general participants support. Actually, we have about 20 full support teachers, and we have about 10 partial support, and others without the support. Well, we received some other comments, but Adam, you want comments, or can I address the other questions?
No, I just wondered, because if the students are paying, which they do for the European school that Leo had mentioned, there's a fee to attend. It's a few $100s. It's $500, $600, and because of that, you don't share the. There is a fee-related system there. But if it's free, then what we're doing in the APC can be more broadly shared. Is that both the lecturers are paying for, the students are paying for, and it's something that he generates revenue from. If that's not the issue here, then we have an opportunity to share than would otherwise be the case. That was all.
The charging or the sharing share, and even in this first year, it's a pilot project. We have those charging scheme already. But any those late registration you have to pay. It's also fast way to implement this one. And in the future, it's very likely. But that was only very small fraction of total cost, even in Europe. In Europe, I guess the registration fee cover about 20% or so. And so that's we should be available openly or not. We are positioning our lecture the open courseware. The reason is is a very simple arithmetic. In Asia, we have about say like about roughly internet governance practitioner. We offer the refresh course or upgrade course, and it's a very simple arithmetic. It doesn't matter how many those are SIG we offer. No way we can cover. So eventually we have about open course, like actually like a IGF retreat. They even said like a MOOC. I don't know if we have to have those open courseware. For example, okay, I want to know the internet governance history. There at least there has to be one or two video course. So you can, well, any of those, we have about 30 those core class. Every one of them, at least we should have a video course. So if you have a particular subject, yes, we do. We should say we do have it. So the open courseware is one of the objectives of the APSEC. Because Asia Pacific is so big, otherwise no way we can cover. And second, I thought about IGF retreat. Eventually, we have to have those series of course. First of all, those MOOC-like 1 semester course to the 1 week course for the introduction. Second, for the sort of upgrade or refresh course, refresh course for the leaders. At every segment, we should have it. And in the case of those which we are addressing, because we sort of think we have about 400-500 internet governance leaders in Asia Pacific. How do we offer? How do they have those upgrade course for 4 or 5 years? And that's the one national SIG or national IGF, the introductory those course, and refresh. And for what APSIG is addressing, interactive those Q&A. Actually, the participant, or you may call the student, and instructor, both of them come to learn. So we have a very extensive those discussion where you can get the so the ratio should be or the size of the class should be small. First, about 30 to 40 should be the absolute maximum. Otherwise, we cannot keep those questions. Like for example, I can give one example. Like we just attended those surveillance course. Surveillance area. What is those multi-stakeholder? Model. It's the regular those model of multi-stakeholder applicable to the surveillance. So for example, NSA join here to have multi-stakeholder discussion, those discuss among those leaders. So different direction. Professor is here, like graduate course, academic course, 1 semester course, actually say like a 2 days course. There seems a whole spectrum of course for this year. And how do we do it? I guess we have to do the exploring. So so far what we are finding out is among the sake, okay, we address those leaders. And we ask those national, say, introductory course and practitioner. That's how we are going to start. So what we can collaborate between the IGF is about 2-3 working national SIG. Now, we sort of expect, say, like a 10 national SIG in Asia. Then we can address the 5,000 internet governance practitioners. And otherwise, no. In many cases, they may have those hybrid of IGF and the SIG. I just talked to the Afghanistan. They are going to start. We are discussing. They may start as a hybrid model. So the first 2 days do not CF like those topic. SIG is a more organized class-like lecture, and the IGF is a more sort of now structured, and in each country, in each region. So that way, I guess national they can optimize like a big country, and at the regional level, seems to be this is a complementary effort. And we do the many kind of experiment from this year, and then already we are finding out that in the case of India, we are to be double purpose, serving combining the USA and the Europe, India. And also we are asking them to serve the South Asia. Because geographically it's very easy for them to come to the India. And so in a sense, from the APSIG's perspective, they are sort of alternative to the source. And they cover both those introductory and probably they may have to cover also the advanced later. We'll see how does things work. And then we need some more. Otherwise, one thing we feel in a sense is very good, and in a sense we feel awful is we just posted the we don't have a APSG, you apply. Then we got 200 applicants. And then we know we can accept only 40s. Even among those 40s, 10, actually almost close to the 15 is a sort of and management. Tell those remaining 160. And where is the somewhere else? just go to the Europe. So this is Asia, and ironically, September, Bangkok, then it's even worse, 400. Then we have to pick up a 40 out of 400. And I guess there's a demand right there. But those are many ways to serve those community. And we all know, anybody in the profession upgrade, the refresh course, say like every 4-5 years. And the APSIG portion and many other should serve one way or the other. And that's something probably after Bangkok we can get a better picture or what to be done. And we'll do a lot of experiment and hope we can have some good collaboration. This number is the something we just yet how to do it. Don't feel comfortable rejecting 160 out of 200 because there are no reason, no justification we can reject them. Except we don't have a capacity. Then shall we say like APSIG 2, APSIG 3? Probably that's not 2 years. We can come up some. We can handle in Asia Pacific, and if we solve the Asia Pacific, we are solving half of our global problem issues.
APRELO, and I'm also involved with the management of APSIG. And now I'm in the process of setting up the first India School of Internet Governance. So a couple of observations here. First is about courseware sharing. I see that including all of us, but two distinct beneficiaries. One is, of course, the bunch of students who apply and get in, but other national and sub-regional schools of internet governance. They are also beneficiaries because we, like in India, would like to use the courseware which is developed by APSIG. Right now what's happened in India is that we have this double whammy, meaning ICANN has come to Hyderabad, and many of us saw that there's a good opportunity to have the India school right before or right after ICANN, so that we can make use of the resource before, schedule it for just before ICANN. But funding is very scarce. The government of India, which is funding us, has slashed our budget by 50%, and there is no way we would have been able to afford, paying to share courseware, and even otherwise, in principle, even if students, because we can say the same thing about MIT, who's paying, who's taking money from students, but still they are sharing courseware. So that is. The second is, Professor Chon alluded to the fact that India, it has been shown as India plus SIG. That plus has come from the fact that we will also be opening up for the neighbors, South Asia, South Central Asia batch that we have planned, but 15 more we are hoping to get through the APSIG. So this is just for information. And the fact that we are looking forward to collaborating with SIG to be a part of a composite structure at the Asia Pacific level, as well as national and sub-regional levels, where we can share faculty and courseware and practices and learnings. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments and reply for the comments. Actually, the Professor Chen called question about the lecturer ratio and the level of courses and partially, and as well as the registration fee for further management. And the point raised by some people, the sharing resources, including audience and other resources, and how can we collaborate, especially with AprIGF and other initiatives like APC and other P and very related and many other initiatives. Actually, from now on, and actually we are doing this, I think, especially for the pilot project. How can we identify the mutual interest? If we are talking about the NRIs, national regional initiatives, and we're talking about how can we organize IGF if we don't have any community, have some capacity to organize IGF? Sometimes we need the collaboration of the Sikhs and the IGF, Afghanistan and other local community. So that's why we need to discuss further, and we need to figure out what's going to be. So after that, we can say what the best practice of the collaboration of different initiatives, I think. So, and that's why we expect some more identification of the local SIG related initiatives, but maybe we missed something. Well, actually, I met the AprIGF this morning, who's from the Internet NG from New Zealand, and they say related initiatives in New Zealand also. I think that's the that's why we doing this dialogue session for the cooperation.
Okay, so just talking about the APILP and collaborating with AprIGF, the way we've organized APILP is as a lead-in to the AprIGF, and the idea is more readily. We are seeing a big group of people who are the youth IGF. So this is part of the sort of introduction for them. This last round, we have 60 youth ambassadors, as Edmund has called them, who joined the APILP. There have been about 40 who came on, were not part of the youth. So altogether, about 100 people coming in for the whole training. It's more intense. Correct me if I'm wrong. More intense, and I mean, it's an impressive list that you have of potential. I guess the issue is there really enough demand? Because in our experience, we have a hard time getting the model we have now is having it day 0. That seems to have worked to some extent, so we are likely to be modified a little bit, but basic ideas of getting people up to speed, so understanding IG issues, then they can participate. So the basic idea will carry on. So the question is whether there's enough demand. I know that Kagam has mentioned 400 people applying, or 200 people applying. That is impressive. But ongoing basis, I would also say there's something happening in Korea itself, in Incheon, the UN APC ICT, Asia Pacific Center for ICT Training, and there's in fact an online module that I had put together on Interme, and that's been training of trainers actually. It's gone all over Asia. The link I actually went there to have some training in Iran and also to Myanmar. I noticed there's a meeting in Seoul. It'd be great to see if they are prepared to collaborate, because and it's a center for government leaders in the ICT sector. So I think it's something to look at. But looking ahead for APILP, I think there's obviously room to collaborate if the faculty that you have. I don't know whether they are sort of reserved there. If they're prepared to come on to give some training for the APIRP, sure, I think that's not an issue at all. It's very open. It's very lightweight model. People just turn up and speak, and we're to the end. So it was quite a good session, even though I spoke very little, and maybe that's why they stayed on more.
Initiative for this APSIG level, and is open to the whole region. We've seen very happily more than 200 applicants from Asia Pacific. That's good. But what is being listed here, there's a couple of local SIGs. If we look at the European experience, school or internet governance, they don't have the national or local schools. But of course, Asia Pacific is different. It's big, or national ones are needed. But we have to be aware that there's each local internet community has some very special characteristics. Right, that's something that's working in India. I mean, again, one issue that's very at the superficial level is that we cannot use the name school in Beijing. And we have the law, right? Otherwise, we have registered, and I cannot take the risk of violating the law. So probably we are going to use the old name. We have the APILP Beijing twice, and harm if we continue to use the old name. The second issue is the language. For a Chinese-speaking community like the one you don't believe is very reasonable to teach in English, all right, and the simultaneous interpretation will be so expensive. We really cannot afford that. So that's a huge issue. So this localized one probably we need to be more bottom up and engage the local community and the students in in our community. It could be a Chinese community plus like Indian and open community like Singapore. They speak Chinese and Hong Kong. Right, that's something we could think about. The place is different. That we have to be aware of. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we want to, first of all, we want to see those China to be very active in this area, not like India, because each one of them is huge, and APSIG is not very equipped to address this size. In the local language, in general, the localization, I guess we have to in a couple of areas. The first, we have to address the local issue, Asia Pacific issue. Localization is it's a fairly very important in Asia Pacific, North America, or Europe. Like a human rights, privacy, there may be some difference. Then again, we want as much as possible. Then next one is the language. English is not good enough, as China Professor Hong mentioned. We have to develop a local language version. This is very important in both in Asia and Africa and Latin America. So those are localization processes. Very years we want to see the good those experiment on many things, both language topics.
Chet, I think Chet has want to make a comment.
Organize the African SIG, and we also have been organizing gender and internet governance workshops. Now, the question around there's a lot of demand. I believe there will be there is demand there. But I suppose if you can only address a specific, like you only have enough resources to be, and also, time to be able to, it's important then is to be quite specific, targeting what the objective is, who you in fact, who comes to the, because you may have 400 people, but then you'd have to be strategic about to bring. If you're talking about leaders, what do we mean by leaders? The thing that needs to come into the discussion, and maybe that's an area for collaboration in terms of discussing, discussions with MST. I mean, who are we? What is the, what is it that what area of trying to build through SIG? I think that's important, and then maybe the low in that to mean this is less important, right? I mean, there is entry point of understanding different different level, and maybe APILP is much more topical and current, but that kind of collaboration can come in, so there's no duplication in terms of while you can share coursework, how you pitch the level of the discussion can be different, I think, and also the kinds of people and the kinds of organizations or constituency or whoever stakeholder that is where discussion and collaboration can happen. On a more level, if you're looking at the Asia Pacific SIG as 4 days, and we're looking at how many days, another 3 days, not quite sure. You'd have to consider that then in terms of practicality. There are people who can come and stay for 7 days. Faculty, and you're looking at participants, it may not be possible. Although I think we have to, I've also been part of that discussion. I think we have to get beyond just the general collaboration discussion. We need to talk about practice, talks about this, what kinds of decisions we need to make in this decisions. And maybe the September, maybe one of the things we assess where we're at, people who are involved there, and then have decisions, so that we move forward for the next.
Okay. Well, I guess in the interest of time, because we are 21:30 now, I want to proceed. Did you address other questions, which I don't think we have been discussing, or we should bring this offline. We have, and then we again consolidate the comments.
Well, I think it's good to invite more comments, one or two, rather than.
Thanks. Perhaps not as well organised as they should be, but a few comments. I think the purpose of the SIG is really really useful to focus on. I don't just mean AP SIG, but I mean the whole collection of AP SIG, AP ILP, and now of course AP IGA as well. The purpose I'd propose is to support the IGF process. It'll have a sort of focal purpose that could be a direction for it, could be to say, well, activity is supporting the IGF process, broadly, then it's doing a good job. That's something that we can focus on, something we can work towards, something we can in some way measure. And by IGF process, I really mean the process broadly, which includes the IGF globally and also the idea of local and regional, which have been considered to be a very important part of the IGF. So I'm talking about IGF generally. The IGF generally isn't an end, and it's supposed to produce outcomes or results, and it's assumed to produce. Supporting the IGF as a healthy thing that does what it's meant is to bring together people and advance internet governance. So if the school initiatives are designed and sort of measures supporting the IGF, then presumably they're supporting the outcome. I think it would be useful to kind of decide that that's what the school is all about, or at least it's one of the main things that we could focus on and measure. A contrast between there's a sort of choice of approaches. The IGF has got a very sort of specific way of doing things, which is not top down. It's bottom up, and it's adapted to needs. It's no sort of accident that the IGF program is designed by an open call for comment, open call for contributions and proposals that anyone can participate in, and then those proposals are then vetted and selected by this. Is also a dynamic, community-linked organisation, so that we don't have people sitting on high and deciding what's, or at least to the extent that we do, those people are selected and appointed by the community, and they're rolled over quite regularly. So absolutely essential, because internet governance is changing dramatically, and it will change in the space of 4 or 5 years or 10 years, and to sort of set to the extent that people are set an authority for longer than that period of time. I mean, their useful life has probably ended, so that the whole of the regular refresh is really important. And again, I'm showing my own sort of viewpoint here, but I don't see the different. I think the school activity is something that really is very, very close to what IGF itself is meant to achieve, and there's no reason for it to be done in a different way. I've described the possibility before of integrating the school activities into calling, including in the call for proposals for workshops. We also call for IGF and present something as a lesson, actual session, as opposed to a discussion session. It could be quite useful to make that distinction, because some of what we see as workshop proposals are really educational, who has some expertise. And I can imagine APC coming along, APC Women's, and doing an introductory course in gender and internet governance. And that could go for consumer issues, it could go for technical issues, it could go for all sorts of technical stuff, whether it's encryption and advanced topics or basic topics. It could go for expert organisations who can come along and actually offer a class. And I in the spirit of the way the IGF has been proposed, the way it's evolved, the way it's now inclusive process of bringing the school content into the that also recognises that I don't think we've got. I don't think the class the APC or any school can produce a class of 2016 where we've got this bunch of graduates who are going to come back in for it, have a sort of common requirement just because they happen to be around in 2016. They're not going to have the same needs in 2020 for the refresher course, because they're going to be all going in different directions. And there's a sort of an organic nature of the people and the environment that we work in that I think sort of needs to be recognised in creating a more organic approach. And I guess I'm sorry, John, I'm sort of contradicting a bit what you've said. You and I have got different approaches from a, if I could say, and you might disagree, institutional approach to something that in my case I think is, I feel more comfortable with the more. So I think much as though we'd like to apply structure and sort of rigor, and it may be more productive to do something that's more organic and responsive. I really, what Yungbei said earlier about the school preceding the IGF, I think is actually really important. I think that's something that could also be part of the aim of the school, and that is to incubate or to off an IGF process in a sub-region or a country, an area where it doesn't exist already, and that's not that process is not going to happen very naturally of its own accord. It can do, but a school could really be very helpful if we see the school as something which would. We're going to have a school of internet governance in this particular place. We're going to bring in all of the local sort of comes out of that, and it might be too much to expect that you just do it once and then suddenly there's a healthy idea. Requires more structure and more input and more process than that. But that could be another aim of a school on its own, and conducting a set of activities sort of independently from an IGF process. But the idea of move on into an IGF process, and I'd really say to move on into a more organic end from the community itself that they want to have, bringing it in response to that, rather than sort of setting a curriculum and saying, well, this is what it's going to be in 2016 and then again in 2020, and so I think that's all for now. I am going to have to move on to a panel session I'm on at 2 o'clock, so I wanted to say a few things before I have to leave. Thanks.
So your organic approach, I think, is open to the idea that maybe we don't decide as a regular matter. APSIG is co-located with APRIGF, but we can decide that when we host, the organizing committee decide for each APRIGF, explore the possibility, for the next APRIGF, we can have a discussion again on co-location. I think that, resource will become a bigger problem as and co-location definitely is helping a lot in that regard. So yeah, I think that's something concrete that we can come away with APRIGF discussion.
Prashant, please go ahead, but we have another question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, no, it's related to those. I just posted. We want to discuss those issues at in Bangkok, including IGF retreat. They made a couple of those very interesting comment on the, including all the way to the MOOC, and we didn't really think about that far yet. Like a semester-long online course, but eventually, I guess we have to think about even that far, and so I hope many of you to read up IGF retreat. And please do comment what's the what we can do. We are wondering, shall we allocate and co-location? Actually, like Africa did it once, and over 2 weeks long. And I talked to several people here. Would you like to have a 2 weeks long? And they said, no, no, really. And over 6 seems to be globally typically 5 days. Minimum 4 days, maximum 6 days. From second year, it's more likely a 5 days, like joining a majority. So the altogether, if we ever co-locate, it will be more like a 2 weeks long, and it's quite a challenge. KS can do it.
The back. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Last question or comment, because we need to run. I think the next session will be coming in
from Afghanistan. I'm just a comment, no question. I think we are talking about a region that is so diverse, from Japan to Afghanistan, where infrastructure and access is a problem. Yesterday we were in a session where a Japanese gentleman said, we don't have those problems at all. So in terms of approaching leaders or individuals or practitioners in the IG world and enabling them to come and talk. And talk because they listen, not just talk because they can talk, but the fact that there are some organizations like AP, IGF, ICANN, and PNIC, and other organizations who actually listen and then provide them with and help out themselves. So I think in one way the institutional is necessary in context of Afghanistan, where people actually any concern toward IG at all, internal governance, because I have seen that in the past 1 year when IT experts, ICT experts, and I talked to them about IG, some of the structure or the content or human rights, they show disregard because they don't have the background knowledge of the capacity in one particular context. Thank you.
Can you make closing, maybe a sentence too, then we kind of move on?
So we have MSG list and we have APSIC discussion list. So we may have some more further discussion on that mailing list. And I say thank you for the fruitful discussion and some lunch before too late. Thank you very much.
Next session here. A bit, yes. The summer school thing.
Hello, Bindu.
Hi.
Do you hear
I
us?
can hear you very clearly.
Hi, great. Yeah. Yeah, so we're setting up right now, and this section will begin in 15 minutes. So please just
I'll
stand.
just stand by. All right, sure. Is there any way for me to figure out? Not.
No, we probably will just be on the audio, so it'll be only voice.
Okay. And see, the video on my screen on the right. Hello?
Bindu, can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. Bindu, can you hear me? Why don't you put it in the chat? Oh, hi. Sorry, we haven't started yet, but I was just wondering, is it okay? Yeah, sorry, it's me. Yeah, sorry, it's Mahilo speaking. How are you, Bindu? Everyone is listening to it. So, is it with the tech staff? So, can you stick around? I thought, and maybe.
That'll be nice. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, but you can stick around.
No, I blocked off 2 hours. So no problem.
Okay, perfect. So you be number 4.
I'll be
and then yeah, number you. Okay, we'll speak later. Bye for now.
All right. Bye for now.
Because I didn't register online. That's why. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I thought,
Sorry, I have time. So for latecomers to join in. Thank you. So can we start? Are we ready? Okay, so good afternoon. It's 2 p.m. It's a tough time because it's just after lunch, but I hope this thing is. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Le Mineur. You can call me Mary. I'm based in Bangkok, Thailand, called ECPAT International. We are a network of actually 90 NGOs in objective is to combat the sexual exploitation of children within the organization, I mean online, through the use of ICTs. So a little bit of, before I introduce the speakers, let me clarify that I guess you all know that we are being recorded. There is transcript over there. We have remote participation. We will have one remote speaker. And now I think what we're planning to do is to have a presentation. Each speaker is going to speak around 10 to 12 minutes. Then we will open the floor for questions, and then we will wrap up the session with the concluding observations. But of course, if you want to ask questions, before we open the floor, please feel free to do it, and we will take the questions. So with us today, we have Ms. Celeste Yang, who is corporate attorney for Microsoft Taiwan. And then we have Claire Cheng, who is the supervisor of the Child Online Safety section at ECPAT Taiwan. And I'm glad to say that ECPAT Taiwan is a member of our network. And very proud also because they do an excellent work, of course. Then we have David sorry, is that correct, your name? Yeah? David Okay, so I was briefed, but I didn't do a good job. David is the Director of Community Engagements with the .Kids Foundation based in Hong Kong. And then finally we have Aki, Miss Aki Das, who is based in India and is a Facebook Public Policy Director, and she's covering the region. She's covering India, South and Central Asia. So, and we have a remote speaker who is Miss Bindu Sharma. She works for the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which is known as ICMEC, which is based, it's a US organization, but she's based in Singapore, and she's the Public Policy Director for ICMEC for the region, for Asia Pacific. So the topic that is bringing us together today is the role of key stakeholders in disrupting the dissemination of what we call child sexual abuse materials online. Some people do refer to it as child pornography. It's the same, but we don't like to use this terminology for different reasons. We might touch upon this subject, but terminology is very important to us. So, but you need to understand that this is what we're talking about, child pornography. Very briefly, what I would like to say is that I don't know whether you saw it, but the International Telecommunication Union, the ITU, like 3 or 4 days ago, issued their annual ICT statistics, and the world statistics about connectivity, internet connectivity. And so for this year, you know, when you look at the trends in terms of internet connectivity, you see that 47% of the world is connected. You know, this is beyond 3.5 billion people in the world. And when it comes to the region, Asia Pacific, it's almost 42%. So clearly here, even if there are still, you know, a lot of gaps in terms of internet speed, you know, broadband speed, costs, and this is, we're not here to discuss this today, but I mean, we're all aware that it's happening. But the spirit behind my comment here is to make you aware it's increasing connectivity, and of course with the opportunities that this brings, there are you know, increased exposure to risks, and people increasingly being harmed also, and especially the most vulnerable, you know, sectors of society, who are the children. So we have opportunities for all of us, and even for the children who can exercise their rights online and the same way they do offline, but they are also exposed to risks, and some of them are being harmed. So this is why there are many, you know, global initiatives, and one of them you might have heard is called the We Protect Global Alliance. has been launched by the UK government. And what is interesting is that they issued what they call a model national response. You might be aware of it. And basically it presents all the areas in one particular country that should be tackled in order to be able to disrupt child sexual abuse materials online. So depending where you belong, if you're private sector, if you are civil society, if you are social workers, government, depending on where you are, if you look at the model, you can see all the pieces fitting together and all coming together, then we will be efficient in disrupting China. This is why we're here, all of us today. We had this idea that, none of us alone has the answer, and all of us, we have a role to play in disrupting this kind of abuse and exploitation online. So each of us, each of the speakers, pardon me, they're going to present their own perspective and about what they do, what they could do, and what are the challenges. So I've spoken too much. So now I'll give the floor to Celeste, who can further explain what Microsoft is doing in this field. Thank you very much.
Marie, for the great introduction. And I'm extremely honored to be here this afternoon to talk about this very important issue. As Marie talked about, online pornography or online child sexual abuse images are really serious problem on the internet space. So I would like to, yes, to first talk about what our commitment is. So it's been over a decade. Microsoft has been committed to be a trustworthy computing company. We want to advocate online safety, and we think it's important that everyone understands the citizen, which means to be provide a safer space, to be a more responsible person. So when we do see these images online, what can we do as a person, or as a law enforcement, or as a company that has access to all these kind of images? So we created a special department in Microsoft called Digital Crimes Unit. It's known as DCU. And for DCU, we have two important goals. One is to keep the internet safe from malware attacks. And the second part is we want to protect the vulnerable population. And vulnerable population would include children, in this case, people's scams, tech scams currently. That's the two big projects. So for the vulnerable population, the problem we're facing now is that here are some statistics I would like to share. So 1 in 5 girls and 1 in 10 boys will be 13. And that is a very serious, a very high percentage. And a lot of time, while this abuse occurred, images are stored. And we have to understand when these images are transferred and viewed, every time it's a re-abuse to the victim. Okay. So if we take a look at how many these were, so there are 500 images of sexually abused children traded online approximately every 60 seconds. So it's not just the victim itself. Now the images are becoming over and over mailed or sent and received and viewed. So there are about 1.8 billion images uploaded and shared every single day. So the problem now is on the internet space, there are so many pictures, so many images online. How do we find them? Is it by viewing them? But as we just mentioned, every time you view it, the victim feels she or he is re-victimized again. So this is probably not a very good way to approach it. You know, considering the larger amount of images and more damage, how do we do? What do we do? How do we tackle this problem? Right? So finding a child sexual abuse image out of the billions is like finding a needle in a haystack. Right? We want to do it, but we should do it appropriately. So what Microsoft did was we worked with Dartmouth College and also EMNEC, right, to work on a technology called PhotoDNA. The goal is that we want to protect these children. We want to bring more awareness, and also we want to partner with different organizations or law enforcement to do this. So let me briefly talk about what PhotoDNA, how it works, right? First, there are five stages. Okay, first we would rely on a trusted source. It might be an organization, right? Like in the US, it's NCMEC. Right? In Taiwan, it's Taiwan APAC. So we're very grateful that they're working with us. And we give the technology to them, so they have the ability to identify these images. When they have these images, they can use PhotoDNA to transfer the image into a numerical, a hash number. So when you transfer the image into a number, you don't have to see the image anymore. And the victims, they don't have to feel like they're being viewed again. But at the same time, they will have the assurance that we're doing something about these images. Right? So that's the value of PhotoDNA. They can transfer this image into numbers. We have this hash. Then we start working with different organizations or enterprises or ISP, where they might have a lot of images on their website. Then we would also transfer those images into numbers and do a matching, right? So if the hash matches, then we know that on this website or in this organization there is that particular, then we can communicate to the law enforcement or others to take it down. So that's the whole idea of PhotoDNA. We develop and we work with different NGOs to spread it out. Oh, sorry, it's this one. So we are now working with different companies, including Facebook, Google, and Twitter, and different, and they're all we're providing this service for free, so they to decrease the damage to these victims. So now we have like over 100 organizations using this technology to keep their platform safe. Okay. And the next step for us is to really bring this awareness to not just these 100 organizations that's been working with us, but we want to have this technology built in our product for all our customers, enterprise customers. So this is telling them that, well, it's not just that the image is outside of your organization on the internet or websites that you should be concerned about or that you can do something. If this image is within your organization and you're using Microsoft product as PhotoDNA technology, the customers get this for free, then they can also do this matching within their organization. If their employees are viewing these kind of images and there's a match, then the company itself can actually do something as well They can ask their employees to take down this image and restrict them from sending it further. This is not a spread yet. It's just a new initiative for Microsoft. So now we are trying to talk about this PhotoDNA cloud solution, and it is a free solution for them. We would like to encourage them to adopt it in their environment. Okay. So it's very secure, right? And it's efficient. The matching can be done in a very efficient way. And the interoperability, we have made it into a REST API, and it would work on Android system as well as OS system or Windows system. And then another thing we did, which was quite recent, it's in December 2015, our PhotoDNA skill, and now the speed is like times faster than before. The matching is 20 times faster. So this is something else that we are doing. We are doing everything we can and hoping that this problem can be decreased. And we do realize that this is something not any single sector could solve the problem. Everyone has to come in and do it together. That's why We Protect is a very important initiative in UK. Right. So for the enterprise customers, of course, if it's a big company, we encourage them to adopt it. And if they're it's like ISPs, their content is generated by their users, we strongly encourage them to adopt that, because that's where a lot of images will be uploaded. Okay. And another thing we do in DCU is protecting the elderlies. This I will just go quickly. And how am I doing with time? Probably okay. So I'll do it really fast. It's a very big problem that a lot of pensions are being taken away because there are a lot of scams, tech scams. Right. So DCU is also working on this with different organizations, trying to protect this kind of population, a vulnerable population. Okay. So these are just some numbers that we feel we're confident that we can do because we have a lot of data. We are like a data center. Microsoft has a lot of data because of our products is used widely worldwide. And we feel we can analyze this data and maybe come future. So I'll just quickly go through this, and I'll probably skip the malware part. But I would like to talk about a latest project that we have done in China. Usually every year inside my called hackathon, which means that they encourage all our employees to design new technology skills that could solve a problem that's currently in the world. And then we would pick out the top 5 or 6 inventions every year. And this year, last year, the Hackathon 2015, they picked out this technology called Photo MC. It's photo of missing children. And in China, this is a huge, their children go missing because of kidnaps, or maybe there's a strong belief of boys are better than girls, or child labor. So they applied this technology to find these missing children. However, there's a problem because children, you have photo of a child, but children grow up much faster and they change. Right? They change. They don't, like, if for me, 3 years later, I hope I still look the same. But for a child, 3 years later, they probably change dramatically. So how do we use this technology to find missing? And surprisingly, this technology can actually it's the same. They do a hash, right? They do some calculation, and right, even if you grow up, they can still recognize you. So it's a really exciting project. Just a reminder, it's not a proper solution yet. It's just something that we're doing, and hopefully this could be used for other uses. That would be great. And let me show you the child that they actually share. So if you take a look, the initiative was last year June, and only within like half a year, right? In June 29th, they found someone. So this child, he is intellectually a little bit, and then he went missing in 2012. And then his parents put his picture up, and he was actually found very quickly. But he's been missing for 4 years, and the technology still popped up his picture, and said it was 75%. So they're probably, and another difficult part is this child is with a disease called I don't know how to say in English. 唐氏症. What was it? Down syndrome. Yeah. So for us, human eyes, actually they look very similar to us, but the technology can tell the difference. So that's another thing we discovered. A great initiative, and we hope that we can bring this over to Taiwan as well, or over the world. So yeah, I think I'm using over my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Celeste. It's very interesting that you're closing with this, because this morning I was reading on the news that in the US right now is an organization called Thorn, Digital Defenders, and they are partnering with Microsoft, and they're doing a hackathon over there, and exactly working on digital facial recognition solutions. Because if I may add and build on what you were for missing children, but also for children who are portrayed on the images of sexual abuse and exploitation, because those kids, law enforcement officers, many of them, they're not identified. I mean, they can see them on the pictures, they have the pictures on the database, but they don't know who they are. So meaning they don't know where they are, meaning they cannot rescue them. So these kind of technical solutions is absolutely key, and it's really a positive initiative. So let's move on and have a Claire.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Claire from APRIGF Taiwan. Okay, today I'm going to talk in Taiwan. First, why we start concerning online child sexual abuse or child online safety? Because we found that emerging problem is including children being groomed through internet content, such as the chat room or social networking sites, and the child sex chat arranged online, and the child addicted to internet games and online chatting. And important child sexual abuse material distributed via internet and cyberbullying. Therefore, we began our child online safety project, which including reporting hotline, helpline, education, legislation, and we held child sexual exploitation training initiative for law enforcement every year. Now I would like to introduce what we're doing in our hotline. In 1999, we launched reporting hotline named Web 547, and it became a member of International Association of Internet Hotlines, shown as INHOP, since 2005. Following the law of Taiwan and the press protocol from INHOP, we deal with report content as 3 categories of 60 types, including child sexual abuse content, adult pornography, and another illegal content like porn, video games, or drug, and so forth. And last year, we received over 8,000 reports from internet users. And among them, over 200 reports are child sexual abuse contents. And when if the content is located in Taiwan, we will report to our law enforcement. If not, we will report to our hotline member or foreign law enforcement like FBI, HSI, or VGT member. This is the static number for 6 years. You can. Some people may think it's not a serious problem because maybe 200 case reports or 300 reports compared to maybe in United States or in Europeans, they has a huge number. But I would like to remind you, every single report, they have hundreds of images inside. So this is the situation in Taiwan. And in this slide, I list the related laws and acts in Taiwan. Basically, they all define producing, selling, disseminating, displayed, and position child sexual abuse content and the grooming for the purpose for sexual content with children should be illegal. Now I would like to share some new development in Taiwan. 2 years ago, we was reviewing amendment and reform the Child and Youth Sexual Exploitation Prevention Act, and it will come into force in this year. And the key element of the amendment, like we change the concept to sexual transaction to sexual exploitation. This is a major one. And we define the 4 types of child and youth sexual exploitation, including child prostitution, child pornographic performance, child sexual abuse, and the child as a bar host or escort. And we also enhance the responsibility of the ICT industry. Like right now, we define the teleservice provider, internet platform provider, and application service provider. They all should have to complete with the notice takedown procedure and preserve the illegal content for at least 90 days and cooperate with the police for investigation. And the company who fail to obey the act will get a fine. And certainly we punish regarding online sexual exploitation. Like watching child pornography performance through stream video should be illegal.
Excuse me, can you explain what's notice and takedown, maybe for those people who are not familiar?
Oh, okay. Notice takedown is right now is basically the universal principle. It's when a company industry like like Google or Facebook, when they get a report in their space, they have some person upload illegal content. When they get a report, they should be remove the content immediately, and they should serve the evidence for the police, for the law enforcement to do the further investigation. We want to enhance the speed to remove the content, because every single second the image lays in the internet, that means maybe 1 or 2 or hundreds of person have the chance to see the image. And for the victim in the image, is a second or third abuse again. So the primary duty is to remove the content immediately. So right now, the major company, they have to follow this procedure. Yeah. And IMEC, It's International Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I think the speaker next, she will mention more, but I want to highlight some criteria here. They conduct research into law that exists around the world to have a better understand how countries deal with the problem. Last year, they published the 8th edition of child pornography model legislation and the global reviews. I use child pornography because in the United States they officially use this term. Okay. They use these 6 main criteria to value the country. They have a better or sufficient law to do with this. Okay. You can see the first one, does they have a general outlook of child pornography? And does they define what child pornography is? And does they criminalize the computer facilitate offense? Do they ban possession of child pornography regardless of intent to distribution? And the last 2 is very important. They define, does national legislation require ISP to report suspect child pornography to law enforcement or to some other agency, and requires ISP to develop and implement data retention and preservation provision. Why is it important? Because we are not merely to remove the content. We want to catch the bad guy, and we want to rescue the victim. So if the content just removed, the law enforcement cannot have enough evidence or information to do the further investigation. So so this time they highlight the data retention and the preservation is very important. So you can see the industry or IT company play an important role in combating child sexual abuse. But the challenge we are facing now, even in Asia Pacific region, there are some countries that does not define ISP or ICP like ability to report child sexual abuse content. And the second one, you can see in the slide, this is popular in Taiwan, like Facebook, YouTube, Google, Baidu, or Line, WeChat, Vblog. It's very popular in Taiwan, but Facebook, Google, YouTube, or Instagram, Microsoft, Twitter, they all come from United States, and they follow the United States law. And like Line, basically it's based in Japan. And WeChat and Baidu or Vblog is from mainland China. So international internet company report child sexual abuse to their authority based on their home country law. Do they also report to the case to the authority of a country where illegal users are located? Take Facebook for example. There are a lot of users in Taiwan. When they detect child sexual abuse being uploaded to Facebook, they will submit a tip to NIMEC, it's a United States organization. What if the illegal contents come from Taiwan? We cannot get the information, so we can get the bad guy's information, so we cannot catch the guy in Taiwan. So what if like Google, when they detect the person, it's the same. And then the third, the global internet company like Facebook, Google, Microsoft, Twitter, they all has reached a consensus on working together to combat child sexual abuse material. But for regional ones, how to make them to be part of a member and dedicate to protect children from sexual exploitation, like Line or the company from mainland China? I don't have an answer right now. Actually, I have to tell the truth. I don't have an answer right now. That's why we come together. We can have some conversation. So I want to emphasize again, the picture you see is not just a picture. It's not a pornography picture, a sexual picture. They are not. We are talking about online child sexual abuse content. It's not a witness crime. The victim inside, they are abused us again and again when the people once the people reveal their image. So they will tolerate the entire life. They will live with the trauma for every day of their life, and it will repeat every time when the image of them be victimization is distribution. So government, law enforcement, NGO like us, or industry, you and me, everyone, we should work together to protect children from online sexual exploitation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Claire. Very interesting points you raised. And the last one, particularly because many people do tend to think that because those are images, they just look at them, they don't touch a child, so they think there's no victim. That's the argument. You know, there's no we don't damage any child. We just looking at the picture. So that's why the community, those of us involved with this kind of crimes, we do insist that it's not a victimless crime. I mean, there's a picture and there's a child who has been physically, sexually abused in order for this picture to be taken. So this is a very important point. Thank you very much. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mary. Hello, everyone. I'm David from Dockies Foundation. Instead for the internet nowadays is keep revolution. They will get some new initiative coming up. So for my presentation, we will mainly focus on some new initiative. At the other sense is how the advocacy work and actual work we are doing right now. Okay, that's why my topic is about alleviate out the child right on dots. As mentioned by Kara, she also mentioned about the UNCRC, which is the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. I think it's very important principles to be adopted and to be mentioned throughout the period of time when we mention how we can protect children online. In the other sense of this workshop, we also talk about the collaboration of different stakeholders. So I will also mention about this area in my speech. And nowadays, as we all know, ICANN is the cooperators of the internet. They got a new program called new GTLD program, was launched in 2011, 2011. On the sense, it allowed people to apply for new domain names on the internet. Right now, maybe we will get .com, .rg, .hk, or .tw. But in the coming future, they got more to come. For example, movie, blog, replay, games. This is the new domain names that will be coming in our future. In 2014, the GAG of ICANN, they have written down some related domain names which is in the new round of new GTLD application, which is related to children. For example, dog kids, kinder, games, play, school, toys. This is the domain names which is coming up online, and some was already dedicated and will be soon appear in our internet. Sorry for the action is a bit late. Okay. On us, we think because we are also now bidding for the Dockies domain names, but we want to run as a lawful profit initiative. On the sense, we would like to run this as create a child-friendly internet from the top-level domain names. But how? For the best interest of children will be of one of the sense. As I've mentioned about kids-friendly or child-friendly, I think most of us will think about this in this way. Maybe the photos on this website is with simple language. It will be easy to understand. It's more interaction to be done among children and the internet content providers. As I've also mentioned about the UNCRC, which is United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, I think we would like to run a kids-friendly internet in this way. this is the way that we were adopting the principles of UNCRC. It states in these three basic principles is non-discrimination, with child participation, with the best interest of children. And I think extending these principles on internet, it can be like, if we consider best interest of children, always we will think about how we can protect children. But at the same time, we would like to allow children to get the rights to access to internet, and also the information they will get will be freely to be accessible. For non-discrimination, I think all of us maybe understand the problems of digital divide. Non-discrimination, maybe on a sense we can understand this way, is everyone got the access to internet, in the sense we were supporting students to get online. Last but not least is about the children's participation. On the sense of children participation is very crucial in the stuff, because when we consider what is the best interest, children's voice should be put into consideration, not only just from the perspective from adults and other caregivers, but children's participation, their voice, consider them will be fits the needs of children themselves. For us, as I've mentioned previously on the collaboration of different stakeholders, we are now working on some content guidelines and some best practice of how the domain name should be run. For example, the child sexual abuse content should not be put online. It should be strictly prohibited online. But on the other sense, it got some gray areas on internet. For example, how about the commercial advertisement online? Is McDonald's serving junk food to children is allowed on this website? Because for the domain names, which is targeting children, it seems like putting out, we like spotting out a group of children users or target users for the internet. And then it will be easier for the commercial to provide information and provide content to those internet users. In a sense, this kind of bad practice should also be mentioned and also be discussed, not only from the child rights communities, but also from all internet users, the industry, or even like business sectors. All of us should be involved in a sense. And as I've mentioned about the children participation, I think for the next billions of internet should be about children and youth. How we can better engage them in the discussion process and know about their own rights and responsibility online is crucial issue to be dealt with nowadays. If we haven't done anything right now, it will be affecting our future internet and of our future development for the sustainable development of the whole internet and cyberspace. For us, we have organized like the Children's Forum during the ICANN meetings in Beijing, which is in 2013. We invite the children's group and China organization from all over the world, like Armenia, Cambodia, Egypt, Hong Kong, Indonesia, mainland China. They will be attending the conference not only to understand how the ICANN is operating, but also discuss the issues they are concerned most. This is the first step to get them involved. I know that the policy discussion is quite tough for children, and not only for children, for newbies it's also very tough. Without this kind of capacity building, we can do nothing on empowering children for a better internet in our future. And also, we have also working on some initiative in China. They got a children's summit just organized in this early month. About 10 main countries' children have attended this summit. It's also adopting the role model of UNIGF is embracing multi-stakeholder discussion. They get the role-play sessions on putting their own position into different perspectives, to think from different perspectives. That will be allow them to have a sense of how the governance nowadays is. So in the sense of how we can tackle the problems of child online safety, children's participation and empowerment should be another area we should focus on. This is some of the work we are working on. And of course, for the new domain names I've mentioned about DocKids is upcoming to be a new revolution on internet. we go through the process, and right now is on the last stage. We will knowing the result quite soon. But on the sense, no matter who get the domain names, I think it is important to let the whole community knows about the coming threats and coming opportunity, how we can cooperation and collaborate together. So I think to building a community is crucial, because for nowadays internet is not just a country issue of just one country or two countries, but it is affecting various countries in a sense. That's why we're trying very hard to promote the ideas and gaining a support. No matter who runs domain names, it should be for the best interest for children and for the well-being of children. This is of our belief. That's why the cooperation is crucial. Children participation is crucial. It got risk on this new initiative online. With the appropriate guideline, we will put children in high risk. But we can see in other way it's got opportunities, because it is a new initiative. We can have some campaigns or some advocacy work to be done to build up a platform to engage everyone on the discussion, especially for internet governance. I think it's quite different from the past governance structure. It allows everyone to discuss and concern and also making policies. This is the critical resources we will be soon appear online, and we want to invite everyone to give us your ideas and also engage in the discussion process. As the workshop is also mentioned about the collaboration of different stakeholders, I would also like to introduce a program we are organizing in the coming future, which is in the preparation process. It will be soon appear in next month. This is an e-helpline initiative. DocKids Foundation is also partnering with the Net Mission, with the youth group for the Asia region, and also the local partners, local partner Youth Online Association, who are based in Hong Kong for this initiative. We want to bring the reporting mechanism on the child abusive content online to Hong Kong to as a reporting mechanism. We also gain the support from State of Children Hong Kong, getting some financial support on them. There will be a upcoming initiative, but on the sense of this the website we will be doing on the reporting mechanism, which is a beta version right now. It got a soft launch soon on this this coming time. But on the sense, I would like to also state it is important to get different stakeholders to involve to tackle the problems, because as you have seen, the organizers and supporters is just coming from the civil society. But for the issue is not just can be deal with based on the effort from the communities and from the civil society. It also needs the industry support and also the government support. For example, because I just list out some objectives and outcomes and the work we are right now and the network we are right now connecting with. To state it, for example, the first objective, it should be linked with the global network to combat the CSNAM, which is the child sexual abuse materials. We got some network with InHope. They are doing a great work to create a network of reporting those materials online. I mean, those CSAM materials online. Because when they get the report on the child abusive content, there is not just on one country's issue. Because sometimes, or not sometimes, but most of the time, the materials is not just hosted in one country. It should be hosted in different countries. In a sense, a network, a global network is need to be adopted, and collaboration among countries is important in a sense to taking down those materials by collective effort. For the second point I mentioned about is the multi-sector engagement to create child-friendly internet. Because the reporting mechanism, if it's just hosted by a civil society, the activity takedown cannot be run that smoothly. It should be cooperate with like ISP and also like law enforcement department, like the police force in Hong Kong, to do the activity takedown, and the process will be run in a efficient rate. So that's why multi-stakeholder engagement and cooperation is crucial. But on the other sense, not only the reporting hotline is important, it's also got some engagement projects and safety projects already done, already provide nowadays. You may know, for example, in Hong Kong, we got the Privacy Commission. They are promoting the data privacies of children and also every internet users. They are always doing the work on data privacy, and also for some NGOs, they are already having campaigns and some ambassador programs on promoting the issues. So I think on the other sense, not just like take down or stop the image is just one way. We should also do in the other way to have cooperation with other initiatives and also existing child safer internet initiative to get cooperation to fill up all the gaps for children promotion, for children protection. Of course, the training and overseas experience sharing is also another sufficient issue to make we can move the thing forward and work together. So in the conclusion, I think the issue is not just on one country. Cross-border and multi-country cooperation is needed. For multi-stakeholder collaboration is also needed, like government, industry, NGOs, caregivers like parents, teachers, and of course children themselves is important in the issue to get them empowered. This is the model we will be embracing, and looking forward to see some cooperation together. I think to close it in a slogan, maybe, together we can build a better internet together. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your attention. I'll pass the mic back to you.
Thank you.
Mary.
Thank you, David. Very interesting. For those of you who might doubt that domain names are not that important, David, of course, tried to explain that it is important. In the latest reports of the Internet Watch Foundation, which is the equivalent of ECPAT Taiwan, its online reporting mechanism, one of the biggest in the world in the UK, for the first time this year, they say that they found many images in websites using new domain names for the first time in the history since they exist. Of course, the domain names are quite new, so that's the first time they show up, and they took action on 436 websites that were created with those new domain names, just with the objective of sharing child abuse materials. So this is why this is very important, on top of what David just said. Thank you very much. I think now it's for Bindu it's the turn of Bindu. I don't know whether she's hearing us.
Yes, I do hear you. I've been listening to everyone.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours, Bindu. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Singapore. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be among a group of people dedicated to child protection. I'd like to thank David and from .Kids Foundation and Murray Lowry from the ECPAT International for inviting me to be part of this session. The International Center has been a member of the Dynamic Coalition on Child Pornography since its formation, and previously worked closely with Anjan Bose and ex-ECPAT international staff, and I think ex-colleague of Murray Lowry. So a pleasure to be here. And I guess being the last or maybe one from last speaker makes my life easier, for a lot of people have covered much ground on what I was going to talk about. I'll just start with a brief introduction to the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and as Murray Lowry said, we refer to ourselves as ICMEC. ICMEC is a global NGO headquartered in Alexandria, Virginia, USA, and we seek to make the world a safer place for children by eradicating child abduction, sexual abuse, and exploitation through advocacy, training, and collaboration. To achieve that, we identify gaps in the global community's ability to protect children from abduction, sexual abuse, and exploitation. And we expertly assemble people, resources, and tools to help fill those gaps. Next slide. Sorry, I think I've been remiss in saying what. Next slide.
It's my fault, sorry. I was concentrating on listening to you and I forgot about the slides. So next slide. What we do is the next slide.
Yes, thank you. So what we do a fair amount of research, and nice to see, I think it was Cheryl from ECPAT Taiwan talk about ICMEC's child pornography model law research. So we use a lot of our research and evidence-based studies to advocate for changes in laws, conventions, treaties, and systems to protect children worldwide. We also do, globally, we train and assist law enforcement, legal professionals, NGOs, and governments around the whole issue of crimes against children online. And again, ECPAT had mentioned about law enforcement training. Just in June, we, in partnership with ECPAT Taiwan, we did a law enforcement training for the Taiwan police. And the one program that I will highlight are one of the global coalitions that we lead, one of them being the Financial Coalition Against Child Pornography, and the other being the Global Health Coalition, really looking at the whole health issue and protection of children around child abuse. And all of this we do by promoting public-private partnerships. However, as a lot of the other speakers have said, I would like to address the use of the term child pornography. There has been recently, and ECPAT International in fact came out with an excellent semantics and terminology report, which ICMEC was a part of. There's been a lot of movement towards using the term child sexual abuse material or child sexual exploitation material. But for this purpose, and also for a lot of the work we do, we retain the term child pornography, for unfortunately, it is the term commonly used in legislation in all countries around the world, as well as in the UN legal conventions. Next slide. So why focus on online? I know a lot of others have talked about it. I just want to highlight the fact that one, it's online, and two, a fair amount of it is commercial. People will actually pay for these images. Viewing these images, or even, as we've unfortunately seen from the Asia region being pioneered, live on-demand child sexual abuse coming out of some countries. However, I'd like to highlight that prior to the arrival of the internet, it was extremely difficult to obtain these images. A person interested in something like this had to know someone who had these images, or take considerable personal risk in producing such images. And also prior to the internet, someone with a sexual interest in children felt isolated and alone. And using 1995 as baseline, Interpol reported knowing of around 4,000 unique child abuse images in total worldwide in hard copy. However, today we know that cyberspace is home to more than, as we heard from the Microsoft presentation, more than 1 billion images circulating, with a huge number, I think I did write the number down, being uploaded every 500 images being traded online every 60 seconds. So today offenders are able to interact online with people of like interests worldwide. He or she is part of a global community that shares these images, fantasies, techniques, and in some cases even children. And all of this is done with the virtual anonymity of the internet. Next slide, please. And I won't go into the whole issue of it is a victimless crime, because speakers ahead of me have done a good job, kind of making the point that this is not a victimless crime. Once the image is up there, it's there in perpetuity. So as I said, why online? As you can see, there are close to 7.4 billion people in this world, and over 3.4 billion are connected internet users. 3.8 billion of these are unique mobile users. So the internet is certainly rapidly changing that access, and therefore the whole issue of risks to children online is exponential. Next slide. And as we see from one of the reports of the UN Special Rapporteur on sale of children, child prostitution and child pornography report, at any given moment on the internet globally, there are 750,000 offenders out there trawling the web, looking for these kinds of images, exchanging them. And that only highlights the risk that children are at. Next slide, please. And as we can see, data from InHope tells us that anywhere from 7 to 10% over the last 3 years are images of children 2 years or under. Majority of these images are of children under the age of 10 to 12. And unfortunately, girls are more at risk than boys. Next slide, please. Thank you. And on the commercial side, I'd like to highlight that over the years, anywhere between 9 to 18% of websites confirmed to be hosting child sexual abuse materials are commercial in nature. And what does that mean? As I said earlier, people will actually use electronic payment platforms like credit cards, debit cards, PayPal accounts, Western Union accounts, remittance services, increasingly mobile digital wallets, as well as digital currencies like Bitcoin, to pay for access or outright exchange of these images. Next slide, please. And as we are all aware, all sorts of platforms on the internet are used, whether it's just plain websites where e-merchants are using these as business opportunities, cyber lockers or file hosting services, image hosting services, social networks, as well as banner sites. So a whole range of websites and internet platforms are being misused. Next slide, please. And what is the reality of this? I know Microsoft, we got some dizzying figures there, but I'd just like to report out, just coming out of the US, the cyber tip line, which is the hotline reporting mechanism in the US, which was formed in 1998, has since then, through April 2015, received more than 4.3 million reports of suspected child sexual exploitation materials. The National Center also runs a child victim identification program, which was started in 2002, and again through April 2015. They have reviewed and analyzed more than 139 million such images, trying to rescue and look for children who have been abused. Another statistic that I bring forward is from CyberTip Canada. CyberTip Canada is the reporting mechanism hotline in Canada. Over a 2-year period of 2007 to 2009, they did a survey of payment mechanisms that were advertised online. And what they found was 27 different payment mechanisms were advertised on various child sexual abuse websites. 85% of these sold memberships, with recurring monthly payments ranging from anywhere $4 to close to $500. So when you see this kind of commercial enterprise, you know that the financial industry has a role to play. And lastly, I bring up a data coming out from the UNODC report on transnational crime, which was put out in 2010. They estimated that the industry generates about 50,000 new images each year, and the global industry is worth about 250 million globally. Next slide, please. So what can we do about it? I was asked to talk about cross-sector partnerships. I'll give you an example of one of the programs we run by the name of the Financial Coalition Against Child Pornography. The Financial Coalition was first launched in 2006 in the US with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and the International Center providing the secretariat. The aim here was to disrupt the economics of the child pornography business. It's a next slide, sorry, Marilare. It's a powerful coalition, a partnership between the financial industry, internet companies, Facebook, Microsoft, Google, and others are members too, who are working collaboratively and voluntarily with the National and the International Center as well as law enforcement to really understand the business models of these illegal merchants that are selling illegal content but using very legitimate corporate platforms for the sale and dissemination of this. In the US, we say that the coalition is operational, where the financial industry has actually provided law enforcement live accounts to use to do what we call test transactions. And that's what helps us understand what kind of business models these e-merchants are using. And under US law, if law enforcement is doing a test transaction, it's legal and does not amount to entrapment. So it's a robust example of cross-sector partnerships between industry, different industry, financial, technology, as well as law enforcement and civil society. Next slide. In 2009, ICMEC set up the Singapore office and launched the Asia-Pacific Financial Coalition to really widen the fight against the commercial dissemination and sale of child sexual abuse materials. The aim here, once again, is to disrupt the economics of it. But what we realized initially, that at least in this part of the world, we had to do a fair amount of awareness building, educating industry, as well as governments around the fact that this happens on very legitimate corporate platforms. And it's not only an issue, which I've very often heard in my initial days of this work, was, oh, it's a Western problem, it does not happen in Asia. However, the internet knows no borders, and hence it is a global issue. And a lot of the effort has been in awareness and education building, and more recently it's been to build national networks in targeted countries where we can actually work in collaboration with law enforcement at the national level in trying to understand these business models. So a fair amount of due diligence through industry and law enforcement cooperation. Next slide. As you can see, the Asia-Pacific membership is quite a diverse stakeholder group here. We have banks, we have the payment industry, which is the MasterCard, the Visa, PayPal. We have different law enforcement from different countries. We have industry association, for example, the Bankers Association, the Card Risk Council in Australia, technology companies, as well as our NGO partners. It's a diverse group, really, as I think that one of the speakers said earlier, this is one issue where even industry, where there may be competitors on the commercial side, have come together to work and fight this fight together. Next slide, please.
Bintu, I'm sorry, but you would need to wrap up, please, because otherwise we won't have enough time for questions.
I'm nearly there. Thank you. Yeah, next slide. So as I've already said, in the Asia-Pacific region, what I've done is a fair amount of seminars and roundtables around the issue, creating awareness, We've done specific country roundtables in New Zealand, Australia, and Hong Kong, where you see the pictures. In New Zealand, I actually run a working operational coalition where banks and law enforcement are doing test transactions. PayPal has been a great sponsor, and we've sponsored a fair number of best practice papers. And we also have a webinar around merchant best practices for banking industry. Next slide, my lovely, thanks. And here, I won't go into the details, I won't read them out, are the several best practice papers that we've put together targeting the banking industry, the technology side, and also various trends in online crime and migration hosting. And these are all resources that are available on our website, so they're all in the public domain. You can go to the next slide. And we're all very aware of the challenges here in terms of issue awareness, varying and differentiated policy frameworks and legal frameworks in different countries. Cybercrime is a national. It certainly undermines national laws. Legislating and policing globally, the cyberspace has been a challenge, and all countries are working on that. And new emerging technologies are forever challenging us. So we really have to keep ahead of how the technologies are being misused. And I leave, I'll finish my presentation and leave you with a thought on the next slide in terms of how crucial it is to have cross-sector partnerships. Once again, I quote out of the UNODC report in 2010, and I say it aloud so that we really kind of sinks in, is to deal with these markets, creative solutions are needed, drawing on techniques not necessarily found in the law enforcement toolkit. So I think we would all agree in the room here is that law enforcement cannot prosecute their way out of this issue. Industry, law enforcement, NGOs, and all other players have a role to play here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bindu. So now our last speaker will make a brief presentation, then we can open the floor. Thank you, and apologies for leaving you last and with such short amount of time.
No, I will be very efficient with timing. I do not have a presentation. Consistent with the philosophy of my platform, I'll be concise, like our Facebook posts are concise, and run through some core values and maybe spark discussion here amongst the participants. First of all, I want to thank the room and everybody who is here and wanting to engage, and we want to make sure that we return some time so that there's interactivity in terms of discussions in the room to allow other people also voice in the discussion. I just want to reflect on the values which we have as a company. Few things which of course I wanted to share. We just announced our quarterly results, I think yesterday, last night local time, early morning today in the US, and Facebook as a platform has crossed 1.7 billion monthly active users, which is a great number. And also to reflect in terms of the robustness of our community and the way the community acts as a watchdog in terms of flagging content which compromises safety or creates concerns around safety is something which we value as a core value of the platform a lot. I want to reflect on some fundamental 5-point principles which we have and our core values. So first of all is our community standards, where we have very clearly laid out what is okay to share on Facebook and what is not. And there is no place for pornographic material on Facebook. We as a platform, we do not permit it, we do not allow it. And the second principle is that we have very robust tools on our platform. There is reporting button on every piece of content to flag content which is harmful and which is a violation of our community standards. These are reviewed 24/7 by different teams which are there in Facebook, which have language capabilities, because the local language capability is a very essential requirement of global internet, and these then get actioned upon for violations. We have a very effective and a robust help center with resources which puts information at the hands and fingertips of users to keep themselves safe, control their privacy settings, and also make sure that they have adequate information in terms of reporting offending content. The fourth is the element of partnerships. We are very big in terms of partnering with local NGOs as well as global NGOs to make sure that we are taking feedback in terms of improving our processes, in terms of improving our enforcement, and also collaborating with them on safety education and enforcement. We have, as Celeste talked about, we have implemented photo DNA for years now. There is zero tolerance for CEI, child exploitative imagery on the platform. We work very closely with agencies like NCMEC, We Protect, the Child Exploitation Online Protection Center, as well as the Interpol and the Internet Watch Foundation to make sure that there is active collaboration in terms of enforcing against such type of content online. With that, Marie, I know you want to spark off a discussion and a conversation in this room and take input. So I'll hand this back to you and then we can see.
Thank you very much. Again, very interesting points you raised, and I, for one, I would like to ask you many questions, but I won't be selfish. Please, I would like to open the floor and hear your views, comments, criticism, whatever. Feel free to intervene and share with us your thoughts. So, who wants to start? Oh, okay. But yeah, for recording, we need it.
Thank you. My name is Kai. I'm from a human rights NGO in Malaysia. I've got two questions. One is for Claire. So in your presentation, you mentioned about one of the ways to combat child sexual abuse material is to control content which is being broadcasted or posted that may result in child sexual abuse. So could you give me an example of those content that may result in child sexual abuse? That's my first question. My second question is, in many countries in Asia, sex is still considered as taboo. So sex education is not even in some school curriculum. So how do we engage children in sex education meaningfully in these countries and without falling into the trap of adopting a paternalistic approach in terms of sexual education? Also, I noticed that religious leaders are not part of the discussions or stakeholders, because often it's the religious leaders that have, like obstructing sex education. Should they be invited into the discussions?
So, Claire.
Okay. I try my best to answer your question. The content we define, the child sexual abuse content, basically we follow the INHOP press protocol. So including child sexual abuse content is mean real sexual abuse, sexual assaultment. So you can see that a victim, a girl or a boy, they are being sexual assault by anything, by human or by man or woman or anything like animal or any objective. So.
Maybe it's a language issue, yeah. Because you work, the legal framework criminalizes sexual abuse, images of sexual abuse, right? Yeah. But I think you're asking images that may be, I mean, okay. it means in English, not necessarily, so that's the question. Maybe it's a translation issue. Is it, or is it?
So I can ask my colleague to help me a little bit. 方婷可以帮我一下，他的意思是说，他的问题的意思是说 I can clarify. Okay. It's totally depend on the situation that just it really happened because sometimes we think it's a child sexual content, but maybe in another country like in United States, maybe they think it's not. Like especially when the victim, the victim in the image, they are young, they are a teenager. They may think maybe they are adult. So they were thinking they are adult pornography, not child sexual abuse content. But in this situation, we can understand it's gray areas. But if we can certainly confirm this victim, when she or he be filmed at the time he or she just in high school, and we have official document, we can ask them, yeah, we can prove this victim is under 18. So they will help to remove, and this will confirm the child sexual abuse content. So as like Google. So if we have a good example, because several years ago, there were a senior high school girl, teenager. She took her nude picture to send to her boyfriend, and it upload to it displayed on the internet. So even though the case is sent to the prosecutor and the case is closed, but right now we can see this the picture still on the internet, and everyone if you type the certain certain word, you can find a list, the URL of this the content of her new pictures. So we asked to Google to remove all the list, and we clarify every URL we found, and we present then the official document. So right now, if you type the content, type the word, you cannot find this URL. So this is a gray area.
It clarifies your question. So very quickly, if I may answer the other two, because actually our organization is addressing work with the religious leaders. We just right now, those days, we're about to publish 2 guidelines for action for religious leaders. We produced them with specialists, with multi-faith-based organizations. So we tried to look at to produce a material to raise awareness among those communities so that the religious leaders could use it with their own community members. And that's a very valid point you're raising. They can have a lot of impact, because sometimes we know that, this is kind of a struggle to touch upon those issues within those communities. And sex education, at least my take would be that we're speaking here of images of children being sexually abused. So the sex education is, it would be about teaching them, if they are victims of sexual abuse, how to react and what would be the recommended, like, talk to an adult, like the basic, recommendations. If, someone touches you, you do this or you do that. But this is kind of a tricky thing, because you have to address this in a way, it's very delicate matter. And we know that most of the images, there are studies showing that family members are the one doing that, actually, more than non-family members, foreign strangers. So it's sexual abuse within the family. So it's a very complex issue to address. Another question from the floor, please. You next, and then you come on third. Thank you. Do you have mic over there?
Hello, I'm Shubha from Nepal. I work for a women rights organization called Loom. So my question could be on different levels, and it's on for Celeste. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? So first thing is, because I'm not from technical background, that's why this question might sound quite odd to technical people. Firstly, you were mentioning about the photo DNA cloud service. So how do you detect certain photos are around child sexual abuse? Because, for example, it's not about the activity, right? Abuse is never about what is being done. For example, if I'm kissing her, in the photo, it's just I'm kissing her. but it could be abuse for her from a lens of victim and from a lens of perpetrator. So how do you verify that? Second is, again, if there is a guideline or certain things, I'm sure you do have a guideline of these are the things that's called sexual abuse. But those guidelines are also made by people like us, with our own values, with our own perception, and with our own notion. So that will be highly judgmental, like as per person or the group of people's view, or wherever they are from, the culture, values, and all sorts of things. So how do you balance that thing? It's kind of tricky, no, for me at least.
You correctly pronounced my name. Yes, thank you for the questions. I think actually Claire can weigh in on this because I'm not a technical person either. But so our technology should be neutral, right? We don't make the judgments on what kind of pictures are considered illegal, right? However, we give this power to organizations like APAT or police officers. And if they think these are the pictures that should be considered illegal, they will give it to APAT or other organizations. And then they will digitize, make it into a hash, a number.
Oh, I can add more because Microsoft donated the technology to NIMEC. NIMEC is an organization in United States. In U.S. code, they define if anyone or any company or when they file illegal child sexual abuse content, they should report. They should report to NIMEC. So they have a huge database to collect all the information. And when they confirmed this content, the victim inside as a children, they have a project called Victim Identification Project. So they will have a different file for a victim. They will collect everyone. So they use photo DNA into this system. They should be the worst and the worst content. It means normally they were under 14. The children is under 14. And the content is really sexual abuse. They will put into the database. So it just makes sure this standard is suited for every country. It's, because every country maybe have a different law. Maybe in Japan they are not so strict. So they just want to make sure this standard is suited for every country. So yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Basically, the answer to your question is that in each country there is a law, and then in theory, when the law is well done, there is a definition of what constitutes child pornography. So law enforcement will, against those legal parameters, define whether under their own domestic legislation the picture qualifies as child porn or not. You raising an issue that is very interesting because depending on cultural perspective, social factors also intervene in the way you see the pictures. But here we're not speaking of that. We're speaking of images that's based on the law, are legal or illegal. It is, and then we consider there's a legal gap. Then policy makers and lawmakers in your own country should amend the legislation so that there is so that they address the gap. And actually, ICMEC, part of the model law legislation that they have is to point out the countries and yes.
I think the point you raise about normative values is a very very correct one. But to add to what Marie says, different national there are two ways in which this happens. There's local civil society, local community, which would be routinely flagging these kind of behaviors which they're seeing on the internet. So that creates community engagement in terms of just a police action. That's number one. Number two is that there is momentum in different countries now in the South Asia region and broader also to enact national legislation. So for instance, in India recently, there has been what is known as POSCO, Prevention of Sexual Offences Against Children. And there are very clear detailing out there which sort of incorporates the normative values which are there in the country, which has the kind of the recognition of the kind of behaviors which you talk about, so that the police has a cause of action to go and sort of issue notices or sort of get to that kind of wrongful behavior. So I think it's a combination of both community action as well as national legislation making.
Please.
Hi, this is Mohit from ISO QA chapter. I mean, at the outset, I would like to, commend all the work which you and your respective organization are doing in, in addressing this issue. My question is actually from Celeste and David. So I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping I pronounce your name correctly after her. My question is a little technical. I'm a technologist, so my question is a little technical. I'm not sure if you will be able to answer, but hopefully you can try.
I don't think I can.
Yeah?
No, just, yes, I can try, and if I can't,
So
I'll bring it question back.
Yeah. My question is about the photo DNA technology which you talked about. And you referred to that you are helping the big large scale enterprises in kind of addressing this issue within their environment. So I'm asking, is it only related to the Azure environment, or is it also applicable to the offsite computing environment with Microsoft has? Because still, while we have Azure subscription, but we are using the computing resources more offline. So data has been stored offline. In my previous employer, while I was working, we used to do a lot of assessment for different clients, and we have came across a lot of pornographic material which also included these materials, but there was no proper mechanism which we can probably address and get that rectified. So how is Microsoft tackling the offline computing resources issue? So that's what my question was. And to David, my question was about the top level domains. You talked about the .kids. If we have a top level domain which is kind of segregated from the other internet, who will control then that TLD? And secondly, what will be the framework under which we will be permitting any online content in that TLD? And who will be deciding which contents goes on that TLD and what doesn't go? So is there any framework already in place? Is there any directions towards that? That's my two questions.
So David, 2 minutes, sorry, because we really over time, so.
Okay, then I'll quickly answer. So for the
If you can also briefly explain how the Azure system work, because I came from a non-technical background at all. And also my question is, does PhotoDNA goes beyond the Azure platform? Because a lot of the child's actual image are shared through other platforms as well, especially if it's encrypted. Do you have a way to decrypt and look at what's inside? And also dark web is also a common platform which is used to share images. And does this work on video? Because which is another
Thank you. So 1 minute and 1 minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so basically the solution we provide is online. It's a cloud solution. So Azure is a cloud solution. Basically, it has to be online. And for offline, usually we have to work individually with different companies, and then that would be more troublesome, I would have to say. So that's why we encourage customers to go the online solution, and that's implemented already in our. So Azure is a product of Microsoft. Okay, so the PhotoDNA technology is already built in the Azure platform. So if customers they use our Azure to use the Windows different kind of products on Azure, then they can also have this opportunity to use this technology already. But Yeah, that's the best I can do for now. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Can I bring in here? Hi, Marilara, this is Bindu.
Yep. So for my short answer is yes, there is someone who is doing regulations, but the question is now who is taking responsibility on doing this action. I will see in two ways. One is ICANN, because ICANN will sign some contract with those applicants for the domain names. Because for the applicants for the domain names, they are the registry. They are taking the responsibility to set policies or even adopting safeguard for the domain names. For example, adopting UNCRC maybe is one of the ideas of how the domain names related to children should be on. That's why the responsibility will come to the applicants of the domain names, which is the registry. They set the policies, and the one who sign contract with is ICANN. ICANN will be the operators of the internet or on the domain names and also the IP address. So I will see in this way. Short answer is yes. There's someone should take responsibility on.
Thank you. Bindu, do you want to say something before we, because we are almost, we need to
Yes, I just want to add two comments on the PhotoDNA and Project Vic side, because I know we've been working closely on both sides. And the PhotoDNA side, I may add, I'm sure Microsoft Celeste would have a good idea too. The PhotoDNA hash database that the NICMEC hosts. So what NICMEC has done is that they have hash values for what we call the worst of the worst images. So when the lady from Nepal asked, it could be very subjective. What PhotoDNA is really flagging is known and confirmed child abuse images. So there is no gray area there. If you or I or someone uploads an image that has a PhotoDNA hashtag and is in the NICMEC database, then that is confirmed illegal content. So there's no gray area there. That was one comment. And on the Project Vic side, what Project Vic does is it's a database of videos. So if law enforcement, and increasingly we hear from law enforcement saying, and I think it was Ekpat Taiwan who made the point that when we say we've only got 100 or 200 reports, each report has thousands of images. So the same thing when police apprehend huge databases or hard drives of these from the offenders, what Project Vic does is it's a software that can run in the entire hard drive and flag videos or images that have already been viewed by law enforcement and match up those. So those are already in some law enforcement database, and they don't have to re-look at those to confirm it. So it really considerably reduces the effort that law enforcement needs to put in, and then they can focus their efforts on new images that may not be tagged and flagged or have a DNA hash.
Very good. Thank you very much, Bindu. Those are very, very key points, and unfortunately we don't have more time to discuss it, but they're very key points and further to be discussed, maybe IGF next year. So we have part 2 of the session next year. Thank you very much for attending the session. I hope it was interesting enough. It has been a pleasure being with you, and I can speak on behalf of all the speakers. The questions were very interesting. Thank you to the speakers for accepting the invitation, and that would be it for the moment. And have a good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Bindu.
You're very welcome, Marlon. Hi, David.
Overrun? I'm not sure if I overrun it. Yeah. And then it'll be proposed. Right.
Yeah, she's with equal.
Oh, okay.
How are you? Because I was about to ask you, I'm actually wondering, because I like the idea of using the child sexual abuse material over pornography, and I would want to know how you came up with that decision because the child psychologist were over pornography. So there is evidence of sexual abuse. When you use pornography, you give the impression that there is pleasure in it. You know, you associate with adult pornography. So that's why you use pornography. Because if you look on the right side, there is no dialogue. You can have all this new dialogues, community accessible, and you can download them. So how do you marry those laws? For example, because we have ECMA in the Philippines, and they're using more on using the term of child pornography. The problem is that the law